Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan. Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, who present this morning. Thank you, sir. You've been supporting a lot on the transformation of state enterprise for the last 3 years. And former Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom, His Excellency Sir Anthony Charles Linton Blair, or Mr. Tony Blair, who've been working with state enterprise actually for the last 2 years, I believe. Thank you that you believe on the transformations we've done so far. And also members of the House of Representatives who are present today, all honor ambassadors who are present today, Vice Governor of Bali, Mr. Cukorda Oka Arta Ardana Sukawati, and of course, two of Vice Ministers, Mr. Pahala and Mr. Kartiko, who've been worked together on hand with me. Thank you for your fully support for the last 3 years. And also distinguished partners, investors, and all participants who are present also today. Since 2019, the Ministry of State Enterprise has continued to carry out a comprehensive state-owned enterprise transformation. And the current progress of the state-owned enterprise in transformation has reached 80%. Our priority for the next 1.5 years is to push the transformation of the state-owned enterprise could achieve 100% as we targeted. I'm very grateful that our hard work for the past 3 years delivered significant results, where the performance of state enterprise in 2021 generated notable improvement as follows. Number 1, revenue increased by 18.8% from 2020 to 2021, which is right now is around 2,295 trillion, or in US dollar, around 160 billion. Consolidated profit increased by 838%, which is before is 18 trillion, which is USD 892 million in 2020, and by now in 2021 is around 9 billion, or which is 124.7 trillion. We are pretty believe by 2022, this consolidated profit will increase again to around more than 10 billion US dollar. Total assets of the state enterprise right now is around 630 billion by the end 2021, or around 8,978 trillion, which is 53% of Indonesia gross domestic products. Both women and young leaderships in the state-owned enterprise have shown positive progress in 2021. Women leadership in the board of directors has achieved 15%, and young leadership has achieved 5% in 2021. By 2022, the number is increased again. For women is around 18.7%, and then the for young leadership achieving around 8%. Hence, we aspire to achieve target of women leadership by the target of 25% and young leaderships 10% by 2023. The SOE transformations result indicate that the various policies formulated and the efforts might have been right directions. The sustainability and the transformation is essential for state-owned enterprise to conduct their role as a value creators and agent of development more effectively and provide tangible benefit to our nation and our society. This conference is part of Indonesia government's initiative to inform the international community who are present today about the state enterprise transformations, conduct and explain the importance of the state enterprise not to the Indonesia people. On these occasions, I would like to thank you, the coordinating ministers, Maritime and Investment Affairs, and also the ministers of the trade for supporting the SOE International Conference, which is part of the road to G20, as well as the speakers and guests and participants who are present today. The SOE International Conference highlighted diverse products that support Indonesia G20 presidency, namely digitalizations, energy transitions, financial inclusions, and health transformations. This conference will be attended by more than 1,000 certificants. Thank you. From G20 countries such as United States, United Kingdom, India, Australia, South Korea, China, Japan, Russia, as well as a representative of non-G20 countries such as Spain, the UAE, Singapore, Netherlands, and others countries that I cannot present today. The participants are senior leaders, ministers' institutions, state-owned enterprises, the House of Representatives, embassies of fellow countries, international organizations, academic, researchers, and to domestic and international investors. This event can also be the right moment to inform the international community about the initiative of the Minister of State Enterprise to become more transparent as part of the commitment to public information disclosures. For the first time during the current leadership period, the Ministry of State Enterprise issued the consolidated financial report, which is the first step toward implementing better good corporate governance. So Pak Luhut, this is actually the first time since '98 that we as the state enterprise has been successfully that we are consolidating our financials. So this is also, can you look from the online data. In carrying out our role as the agent of development, we have encouraged several programs such as distribution of ultra microfinance that are present just now, and the completion of natural strategic projects that can generate high jobs creations. Furthermore, we initiate the water fund programs in order to accelerate equitable access to clean water service for the people of Indonesia. The IWF is a platform to support the accelerations of investment in providing clean water connections to homes, where clean water is still becoming a challenge in many countries, including Indonesia. Only 23% of Indonesia population have access on clean waters, and some other Indonesia still have inequality in the price of clean waters, ranging from USD $4.4 to $9.5 for cubic meters. Through the synergies between state-owned enterprise and both global and private strategic partners, the IWF is expected to become alternative solution for the governments in expanding access to clean air to the public through non-state budgeting fund. In the future, we will continue to carry out programs that will have a direct impact on improving the quality of life of the Indonesian people. The role of state-owned enterprise as agent of development in society will go hand in hand with the transformation of the state enterprise. We believe with these two priorities, state-owned enterprise can further exchange their role as the locomotive for the development of Indonesia. We certainly require partners to the journey. Therefore, through this event, we open the widest possible access to collaborate with the governments, private and global strategic partners to participate together in building ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Excellency, for your valuable insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to present you a video on the state-owned enterprises transformation and the Indonesia Water Fund.
Beautiful country rich in resources, nature, and diverse culture. Indonesia state-owned enterprises, or SOEs, play pivotal roles in driving and strengthening the national economy. SOEs continue to transform and create breakthroughs. It is the time for SOEs to undertake further transformation and contribute more through the acceleration of clean water provision in Indonesia. Because if there is no water, there is no life.
Pembangunan yang lebih berkelanjutan, inklusif, dan pro-poor harus menjadi landasan. Terakhir, kemitraan global harus diperkuat. Dalam situasi saat ini, komitmen kemitraan harus dipertebal. Prinsip no one left behind harus diwujudkan dalam bentuk nyata.
The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises through BUMN Dana Reksa Holding is making breakthroughs and presenting solutions for the present and the future. Indonesia Water Fund, gathering investment funds and pursuing SOE synergies for one mission, to accelerate the provision of clean water in Indonesia. The first fund established to address the nation's water issues, focusing on 3 delivery principles for its execution. It is truly a step-up formula to speed up access to clean water in Indonesia. BUMN Dana Reksa Holding, as the first transformation specialist company owned by an SOE, is managing Indonesia Water Fund, or IWF, and partnering with local and global investors to expand the scale and impact of the fund. IWF is more than just a fund. It is the first fund created by the Ministry of SOEs, aimed to build a new ecosystem to improve water infrastructure in the country. With a single move, all houses are connected to adequate water infrastructure, providing 10 million residential water connections to facilitate easy access to clean water, reaching up to 40 million people across the nation. In cooperation with other SOEs, private and global companies, IWF will bring clean water to every home. As the access to clean water is a basic right, everyone deserves one. Save water, save life. Indonesia Water Fund, for better access to clean water in Indonesia, driving Indonesia forward. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next program, we would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver his speech. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Yang saya hormati Menteri Badan Usaha Milik Negara Republik Indonesia, Bapak Erick Thohir, Chairman Tony Blair, Institute of Global Change, Gubernur Bali, Bapak Wayan Koster yang diwakili, Excellency Ambassador, represent G20 and non-G20, Delegate Trade Investment, Industry Working Group G20, dan para pembicara yang hadir di sini. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, suppose President to be here today, but because President very busy yesterday and in Solo, he asked me yesterday to represent President to be here today. But this event prepared by Minister Erick to show to the President the progress that achieved by the state-owned company, which is, I think, if you look at the data later on, you see that a lot of achievement the last 3 years. Ini adalah visi Indonesia 2045 yang merupakan tujuan yang ingin kita capai. Hari ini kami berada pada income per kapita di $4.200 kira-kira. That's I think our achievement, our status today. But then our target by 2030, we can go up maybe to $10,000 per capita. And we can achieve this one. I can tell you later why we can achieve this 10,000 or above per capita. If you look at the next slide, ladies and gentlemen, we are also concern what happened in Ukraine today. So this issue become a very hot topic, and we have to prepare our country for this situation because nobody can predict about this war in Ukraine. Jadi saya pikir Bapak Ibu sekalian, perang di Ukraina ini akan masih punya dampak yang luas. Nah, peran daripada BUMN untuk mendukung ini saya kira akan menjadi sangat penting. Untuk mewujudkan visi Indonesia 2045 bukan hal yang mudah. Saat ini kita menghadapi perfect storm. Today we are facing what we call it perfect storm, which is something very, very volatile, and the government of Indonesia working very serious to handle this issue. We watch any information, open sources on anything in order to set up our strategy in order to overcome this problem. Ketidakpastian ekonomi dunia masih terbayangi dengan kemungkinan menujunya situasi terburuk, perang nuklir, limited nuclear war, which is I think some open source already predicted this issue, but we look at this also as a serious matter. Volatile harga komoditas makin tinggi dengan harga minyak kembali mendekati $100 per barrel. Sementara itu perlu diwaspadai tren penurunan harga komoditas ekspor utama di Indonesia. Walaupun palm oil masih naik lagi harganya hari ini untuk kita untung, tetapi kita tetap harus hati-hati dengan volatile ini. Lonjakan harga komoditas global, utamanya energi dan pangan telah memicu kenaikan harga di berbagai negara meskipun inflasi Indonesia masih moderat dibandingkan negara lain yang bahkan sudah naik 10%. If you look at this data also, I think inflation is still manageable in this country. I think we are able to manage after hike the fuel price, still 5.95%. We are pretty confident that we can maintain this inflation around 6% by end of this year. But again, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu sekalian, tidak ada yang bisa menduga memprediksi keadaan ekonomi dalam waktu yang lebih dari 3 bulan saat ini. So I don't believe, Pak Tony Blair, that anybody can predict the economic status 3 months ahead because of the volatile of situation in Ukraine as well as in this hemisphere. Dalam rangka menekan laju inflasi, Bank Sentral di berbagai negara, utamanya negara maju, telah menaikkan suku bunga secara masif, secara agresif. The Fed telah menaikkan suku bunga hingga 300 basis point sejak Januari-September 2022. Langkah yang diambil oleh Bank Sentral utama dunia seperti The Fed telah mendorong capital outflow baik di negara maju maupun perkembangan berimbas pada penurunan kinerja portfolio. Tidak hanya itu, US dollar terus menguat di level tertinggi dalam 2 dekade terakhir yang membuat mata uang di berbagai negara mengalami depresiasi. Selain sektor keuangan, kinerja real juga mengalami penurunan yang tercermin dari penurunan PMI manufacturers. Meski demikian, PMI manufacturer Indonesia masih menjadi top performer dan terus mengalami ekspansi. Berbagai peristiwa tersebut mendorong IMF untuk kembali merevisi proyeksi pertumbuhan ekonomi global dengan warning adanya ancaman resesi di berbagai negara. Jadi kita beruntung bahwa kita sampai hari ini ekonomi kita masih cukup terkendali baik pun ini. Tetapi kita tidak boleh jumawa terhadap ini karena anything could happen. Oleh karena itu kita semua harus mengamati dengan cermat mengenai data-data ini. COVID-19, Indonesia telah menunjukkan bahwa kita mampu menyelesaikan masalah yang paling kompleks selama ini bekerja sama dengan menggunakan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, data sebagai dasar kebijakan. If you look at this, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are one of the country could solve the issue of COVID-19. We are pretty confident that we can tackle this one, and I think that also make our economy today still growing very well. I still remember if you go look at back to 6 months ago during the COVID-19, especially the Delta variant, the situation globally is very, very bad. But if you look at data today, the yellow one, I think we are able to manage the COVID-19 in Indonesia. BUMN juga telah berperan besar dalam penanganan pandemik. Pada puncak COVID-19, BUMN di sektor kesehatan telah menjadi garda terdepan dalam percepatan dalam penanganan pandemi dan melaksanakan program vaksin COVID-19 nasional dan berkolaborasi strategis BUMN di sektor kesehatan, dari rumah sakit hingga sektor farmasi, sangat membantu penekan jumlah kasus COVID-19. Keberhasilan pengendalian COVID-19 telah memicu pemulihan ekonomi Indonesia, di mana ekonomi kembali tumbuh di atas 5%. Bahkan PDB Indonesia telah kembali ke tingkat sebelum pandemi dengan performa tinggi dibandingkan negara peer. So I think the role of a state-owned company, Pak Tony Blair and ambassadors, I think very, very vital during the COVID-19. If you look at this data here, I think how do they provide medicine at the time, the other thing, this is a vaccine especially, it's really, really very helpful. I still remember at the time, it's very tense situation when India locked down. We cannot import even paracetamol. It's very, very painful, you know. So that's the reason that state-owned company moved very quick, you know, to provide our own paracetamol industry. Today, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we can provide like 50 to 60% our own need in the health area. Pemulihan ekonomi utama didorong oleh pemulihan konsumsi yang cepat, kinerja investasi yang stabil, yang mampu tumbuh double digit, serta surplus neraca perdagangan selama 28 bulan berturut-turut. Indonesia menjadi salah satu top performer ekspor di Indonesia. Even during COVID-19, ladies and gentlemen, I think if you look at our export, the last 28 months, we are always surplus. Never happened in our history again that we reach $232 billion export. It happened during the COVID-19. So you can see the solid team within the government of Indonesia that make Indonesia today like this. Stabilitas makroekonomi juga dijaga dengan baik di tengah gejolak kondisi global, tidak hanya inflasi, performa nilai tukar, dan portfolio masih terjaga sepanjang 2022. Ketahanan ekonomi juga didorong oleh proses transformasi ekonomi. Dalam 8 tahun terakhir, Indonesia telah mentransformasi ekonomi menjadi lebih efisien, lebih maju, dan tidak terlalu tergantung pada komoditas lagi. Before we rely on commodities price, today, ladies and gentlemen, we don't rely only the commodities price, but we look at also to downstream industry. This is one example. On the left, you see the nickel ore. We are now already in the iron steel, but we are heading toward the nickel to the lithium battery by second quarter 2024. We can produce our own lithium battery. So you see the added value on the down. The 2015 we export only $1.5 billion, but 2024 we export nearly $21 billion. So that's, I think, the progress. Nobody expects it's going to happen like this. So that's why if you look at our trade deficit with China, used to be $28 billion, but last year only $2.5 billion trade deficit with China. And China imposed anti-dumping toward Indonesia 20%, because they look at Indonesia more efficient than China in terms of iron steel production. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I believe again that Indonesia, if they do it together, we can achieve whatever happen in this country. So that's my confidence today. Ketahanan melalui hilirisasi industri, Indonesia tidak lagi mengadakan komoditas mentah dan mulai beralih ke industri bernilai tambah. Sebagai contoh, hilirisasi nikel yang akan dikembangkan menuju lithium baterai memberikan kontribusi besar bagi peningkatan ekspor ke Indonesia. Ke depan tidak hanya nikel saja, Indonesia juga akan mengembangkan hilirisasi untuk komoditas lainnya seperti timah, tembaga, bauksit menggunakan mix energy dalam pengembangannya. So in the near future, very quick, not in the near future, I think starting next year, we are not only see the downstream industry of nickel ore, but we are also heading toward tin, bauxite, copper, and iron ore. So if we are doing this one, if you look at this slide, I think we are planning now, we have a roadmap of this right now, so you can see in the near future that Indonesia can transform to be an industry country. Tidak hanya itu, hilirisasi juga akan mengubah memperkuat struktur ekonomi Indonesia menjadi berdaya tahan terhadap krisis. Sebagai contoh, ekonomi Sulawesi Tengah dan Maluku yang tetap tumbuh tinggi bahkan di tengah hantaman COVID-19 akibat share industri yang sangat tinggi. This is for example in the Halmahera and also in North Maluku and Central Sulawesi. You see the economy also still growing in that time. So they grew I think 27% during the COVID-19. Semua langkah transformasi yang telah dilakukan memerlukan dukungan dari BUMN yang bekerja sama sehingga mampu berperan besar dalam perekonomian. Dengan dua peran utama BUMN, yaitu sebagai pencipta nilai, value creator, dan agen pembangunan, agent of development, BUMN mampu menyediakan barang dan jasa yang diperlukan bagi seluruh masyarakat, sampai ke seluruh pelosok Nusantara. BUMN hadir di seluruh sektor di Indonesia, termasuk sektor industri seperti energi, pertambangan, kesehatan, dan kehutanan, sektor jasa, dan perbankan, pariwisata, dan infrastruktur. So, saya mesti mengatakan pada Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya kira era ini, I think this era, the role of the state-owned company is really very huge. They play a very vital role, especially during the crisis. So the last 3 years, if you look at the role of the state-owned company, contribute a lot to stabilize our economy. Transformasi BUMN telah dilakukan dengan mengubah konsep superholding menjadi subholding, sehingga lebih efisien. Hingga Desember 2021, BUMN telah dipangkas dari 108 hingga 92 dan ditarget turun menjadi lebih kecil dari itu. Dengan seluruh transformasi yang dilakukan oleh BUMN menjadi sangat lebih efisien dan tangguh. Dan kalau kita lihat data di sini, bagaimana BUMN sekarang melakukan restructuring, membuat BUMN itu lebih efisien, membuat BUMN itu lebih banyak kontribusinya kepada stabilitas ekonomi kita. Perbaikan kinerja BUMN menjadi salah satu pendorong peningkatan penerimaan negara bukan pajak dengan meningkatan hingga 35% sepanjang 2022, naik hingga 105% dari target yang ditetapkan oleh pemerintah. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, pada hari ini di acara SOE International Conference yang merupakan bagian dari G20 Presidensi Indonesia, kita hadir untuk menyaksikan tonggak dan peran signifikan BUMN dalam memperkuat perekonomian bangsa. Akhir kata, saya berharap seluruh peserta nasional, internasional, dan acara ini dapat melihat perjalanan nyata transformasi BUMN dalam mengambil manfaat yang baik seperti berbagai pengetahuan dan peluang investasi di seluruh rangkaian acara ini. To all of you, the international participant, you can see the contribution of state-owned company to our country. I think we can see or maybe see a lesson and learn from the mistake and the successful of the state-owned company. And I'm pretty confident the state-owned company can contribute more and more to the people of Indonesia. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Excellency, for your insightful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special video message from the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. So without further ado, let's watch the video message.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati mantan Perdana Menteri Inggris, Mr. Tony Blair, Menteri Perdagangan, Menteri BUMN, para narasumber dari mancanegara, para peserta dan hadirin yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, atas limpahan nikmat dan karunia-Nya sehingga kita dapat hadir pada acara yang penting ini sebagai rangkaian dari agenda Road to G20 dalam kelompok kerja sektor perdagangan, investasi, dan industri. Bapak Presiden menyampaikan permohonan maaf karena tidak dapat hadir secara langsung pada kesempatan ini dan menyampaikan salam hangat serta meminta saya untuk mewakili beliau. Merupakan kehormatan bagi Indonesia yang terpilih menjadi presidensi G20 tahun 2022 ini memanfaatkan momentum ini. Hari ini kita akan bersama-sama menyaksikan peluncuran suatu terobosan pemerintah Indonesia dalam percepatan pemerataan layanan air bersih, yaitu melalui Indonesia Water Fund, IWF. Hadirin sekalian, Konstitusi Indonesia mengakui dan menjamin hak atas air sebagai pengejawantahan dari pemenuhan hak asasi masyarakat Indonesia, sekaligus sebagai bentuk hak asasi sosial di mana peran dan keterlibatan pemerintah menjadi suatu kebutuhan. Untuk itu pengelolaan air sebagai kekayaan nasional sekaligus kebutuhan rakyat tak lain adalah untuk mewujudkan kesejahteraan dan keadilan bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Keberadaan air tidak saja fundamental untuk menunjang kehidupan manusia, tapi juga esensial untuk menjaga keseimbangan suhu demi keberlangsungan hidup seluruh makhluk di bumi. Secara global saat ini sekitar 2 miliar manusia atau 26% populasi dunia tidak mempunyai akses yang baik terhadap air minum aman. Sidang Umum PBB pada tahun 2010 telah mengakui bahwa akses terhadap air minum aman merupakan hak asasi setiap manusia. Oleh karena itu, peningkatan akses terhadap air minum aman juga tercakup dalam tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan yang harus kita capai pada tahun 2030, yaitu mewujudkan akses air minum dan sanitasi aman serta berkelanjutan bagi semua. Akses terhadap air bersih dan sanitasi yang layak adalah variabel vital yang turut menentukan kualitas kesehatan individu. Faktor ini misalnya akan berdampak 70% terhadap upaya penurunan stunting. Hadirin yang berbahagia, pemerintah telah menetapkan target dalam RPJM 2020-2024 bahwa 100% rumah tangga memiliki akses terhadap air minum layak pada tahun 2024, termasuk 15% akses air minum aman dan 30% akses air minum perpipaan. Namun tren kenaikan cakupan layanan air bersih masih memerlukan dorongan intensif. Dalam 3 tahun terakhir ini, cakupan air minum layak hanya naik sekitar sebesar 1,5%. Survei Sosial Ekonomi Nasional Susenas tahun 2021 mencatat rumah tangga dengan akses air minum layak baru mencapai 90,78%, di mana sekitar 12% rumah tangga memiliki akses air minum aman dan kurang lebih 19% memiliki akses air minum perpipaan. Capaian sementara ini patut menjadi alarm bagi kita. Waktu yang tersisa menuju 2024 harus dioptimalkan untuk mendorong percepatan kinerja kita bersama. Untuk itu, berdasarkan kebutuhan akan air bersih yang masih cukup tinggi dan mendesak, pemerintah Indonesia telah menargetkan perbaikan air bersih bagi masyarakat Indonesia melalui sistem ekonomi berkelanjutan sehingga masyarakat dapat memanfaatkan hasil pemerataan layanan air bersih secara nyata. Hadirin yang saya hormati, BUMN memiliki peran penting dalam perekonomian nasional, baik sebagai kontributor pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, penyedia barang atau jasa yang tidak terjangkau oleh perusahaan swasta, maupun penyedia lapangan kerja, pendampingan dan dukungan kepada usaha kecil dan menengah, serta sumber pendapatan pemerintah. Sehubungan dengan upaya pemenuhan kebutuhan air bersih, saya mengapresiasi inisiatif Kementerian BUMN yang telah mengupayakan terobosan melalui program Indonesia Water Fund. Keberadaan IWF sebagai platform untuk mendukung percepatan investasi penyediaan sambungan air bersih ke rumah-rumah atau SR diharapkan dapat menjadi alternatif solusi bagi pemerintah melalui pendanaan non-APBN. Namun pemerintah dan BUMN tidak mungkin bekerja sendiri dalam upaya pemenuhan kebutuhan air bersih. Diperlukan peran serta dari dunia usaha, filantropi, anggota profesi, akademisi, media, dan lembaga swadaya masyarakat. Jejaring ini harus dikembangkan dengan kuat dan terkoordinasikan dengan baik. Untuk itu, konferensi internasional ini agar dapat dimanfaatkan sebagai ajang untuk mengembangkan jejaring dalam meningkatkan akses masyarakat terhadap air bersih. Sebagai penutup, saya harapkan Indonesia Water Fund yang diluncurkan hari ini dapat meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat di masa yang akan datang. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Indonesia Water Fund saya nyatakan secara resmi diluncurkan. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala senantiasa memberikan inayahnya dan meridai setiap ikhtiar yang kita lakukan. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What a remarkable and encouraging message from the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. And now, to officially launch the State-Owned Enterprise International Conference 2022 and Indonesia Water Fund, I would like to invite our dignitaries to come to the stage and stand behind the button. We would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, to come to the stage, and His Excellency Mr. Erick Thohir, Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Chok Oka Sukawati, the Vice Governor of Bali, His Excellency Mr. Pahala Nugraha Mansuri, Vice Minister 1 of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Kartika Wiryo Atmojo, Vice Minister 2 of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, and Mr. Ari Sudono Surono, CEO of PT Dana Raksa Persero. Okay, Excellencies, on my count, please push the button together. 3, 2, 1. gentlemen, the State-Owned Enterprise International Conference 2022 and Indonesia Water Fund has officially begun. Thank you, Excellencies. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the opening ceremony today. Our deepest gratitude to Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, for making the time to attend the opening of this conference. You're welcome to leave the ballroom and proceed to your next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We're going to continue our next program. Before we begin our first panel discussion, we have prepared a special performance for you to entertain you today. Please welcome Wheezy.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my home. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we lost our minds. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me away. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house built, every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away for the world that we decide. And every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me away. Think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be a part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see, I close my eyes to see. Night lying bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. You know the bed feels warmer, sleeping here alone. You know I dream in color and do the things I want. But you got the best of me, that you have the last laugh, but you think that everything good is gone. But you left me broken down, think you that I'm running by. Maybe you don't know me cause you're that wrong. This doesn't feel you make you stronger, stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter, footsteps in the lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you make you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself and I. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm over cause you're gone. You think that I was starting over with someone new. They told you I was moving on over you. Didn't think that I'd come back, I'd come back swinging. You try to break me, but you see what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone. What doesn't kill you makes a fighter, footsteps in the lighter. Doesn't mean I'm over cause you're gone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, stronger. Just me, myself and I. Kill you makes you stronger, a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm wrong cause you're gone. Thanks to you I got a new thing started. Thanks to you I'm not a broken hearted. Thanks to you I'm finally thinking about me. You know in the end you think your love was just a beginning. In the end, oh, just me, myself and I. Stronger, stronger. Just me, myself and I. Till you makes you stronger, stronger. Ooh, ooh, you makes you stronger.
great performance from Muizi. Thank you very much for that special performance. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the program, now we shall commence with our first panel discussion. The topic of the discussion will be the role of strong corporate governance and global cooperation for sustainable and inclusive growth. Before we start the first panel, we would like to present a video about 3 years of transformation journey of state-owned enterprises. And now, please welcome our moderator for the first session, Ms. Kania Sutisnawinata.
Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kania Sutisnawinata, and I will be your moderator for this very exciting first panel. It is the utmost pleasure to be here. A very warm welcome, of course, and greetings from the Islands of God, Bali, Indonesia. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished speakers to please join me on stage. We have the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Mr. Erick Thohir. And former British Prime Minister, His Excellency, Mr. Tony Blair. Please welcome.
Morning.
Morning. It's afternoon, actually.
Still morning?
Still morning. Still morning. So again, welcome, Excellencies. It is a pleasure to have you with us. It's an all-star panel, as you can see. And again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we, in the next 45 minutes or so, we are going to be discussing the role of strong corporate governance for sustainable and inclusive growth with two of the most prominent speakers that we can find on the subject. And I'd like to convey perhaps my thinking on this subject. we are currently living in the context of a very dynamic world, to say the least, yeah? We are coming out of a 3 years long pandemic, and maybe it never happened before, at least in our life. We are also witnessing a war moment with no end in sight, and we are anticipating an impending global recession. Not to mention, we are also trying to save the planet from global warming. So behind all this, I see there are many lessons learned. One of which how SOEs have played a major role in reducing the impact of COVID-19, particularly, especially in the case of Indonesia, as was also mentioned previously. SOEs have been the dominant force, if you can say so, in providing the necessary healthcare support to address the immediate health threat and alleviating the impact of financial burden by facilitating the needs of the most impacted segment of the population, and all enabled by digital technology. So, and as I look towards this room, if I may, Minister Thohir, I see some of the best, most professional people representing the majority of SOEs present on this very special occasion. And if I may, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our deepest appreciation for all the hard work, for being the leading sector in keeping us safe and secure during this pandemic. So I think you all deserve a round of applause, please. So now SOEs as a key player in the economy will not change, will perhaps grow in importance, Minister. IMF have indicated that SOEs account for 55% of infrastructure investment globally, while IFC also stated that SOEs account for 20% of global investment, 5% employment, and up to 40% domestic output. So here's where governance is going to take center stage, I think. To be a driving force in the economy, it is essential for SOEs to uphold the highest standard of governance in order to contribute the most for economic growth that is both sustainable and also inclusive. And at the core of all this discussion is, of course, the dual mandate that SOEs uphold as a vital partner of the government, as agents of developments in achieving economic growth, while also creating economic value or wealth. A balancing act that requires the government, i.e., the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises in the Republic of Indonesia, to push for reform agendas with governance at its central theme. So as I do my introduction of my panel here, which, you know, doesn't need any introduction at all, everybody knows them. Coming from the private sector, our current minister knows full well that governance in the public sector may be achieved differently than in the private sector. A condition, of course, he wishes to reform, to change gradually yet forcefully as he assumes office a couple years back. A feat I'm sure is not easy to implement, but somebody's got to do it, and if somebody's got to do it, it has to be Minister Thohir. Please welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And collaboration, partnership is also a big theme. Here we have the former longest-serving British Prime Minister, a friend of Indonesia for a very long time, a well-respected global leader and a seasoned politician, and now founded the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you on this panel. You are working across governments, private sectors to institute change for a better tomorrow. With your expertise, experiences, and connections, I'm sure you have much to share on this occasion. So before we dig deeper into this subject, I want to start with an introductory remarks of our distinguished speakers, if I may. Let's start with Minister Thohir. So from one of Indonesia's most successful entrepreneurs and also running an international sports team, yeah, and to now Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. That's quite a journey. Tell us about this journey and how did you end up being here, Mr. Thohir?
It is a challenge because Well, I never planned to become a public service or join a government's.
Yeah.
I really enjoying managing a football team actually abroad.
Of
You know,
course.
Mr. Tony Blair will be the same with me. My background, I mean, my family background always focused on entrepreneurships at the beginning. But 2015, when governments called me and asked me if possible, I'm helping Indonesian government managing Asian Games at times, because it's only 2 years and 18 months, which is impossible if we don't push Asian Games to become a successful event. And
Yeah.
it is, I think, it's not good for Indonesia at
Right.
times. So then President called, he asked me if I can help the government to become a chairman of Asian Games. Of course, it's tough jobs. And then
But
I have
fun
to
at the same time.
letting go the presidency of Inter Milan, which is a better place. But then, of course, as Indonesian, I need to serve a country.
Right.
We become and we have a successful Asian Games at times. And then after the election, Mr. President also asked me if I can join his cabinets, because this is his second terms. He wants to make sure he has a strong cabinets, especially how we transform, and he wants to transform the state-owned enterprise. And he feels that the state-owned enterprise is undervalued.
Yeah.
This is something I think he feels that I might the right persons to turn around, because if you look at most of my investment in sports or in the media, I turn around the business.
Right.
From unvaluable become valuable assets.
Yeah.
But of course, I cannot work alone. I think this is something why I'm thankful I have a strong team in front of me, not only the vice ministers, my secretary ministers, or my deputy, and also the professional board director and commissioners that transforms the state-owned enterprise. So far on the right directions. But as I mentioned on the beginnings of my speech, it's only 80%.
Yeah.
We need to continue to transformations by end of the year. And of course, I thank you from the member of parliament who present today from Commission 6, Commission 7, who are also pushing this transformation will be stay ahead for the next 10 years.
Right.
Because if you're looking for the benchmarking between the state and press that we've done transformation current at this moment compared to different countries also, it takes more than 5 years.
Okay.
So the continuity should be there. And this is a very important support from the whole stakeholders.
Yeah.
So we can see the result of the state enterprise can create more value for the people and also creating a bigger dividend to the government.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah, let's elaborate a little bit more after this. I'd like to go to Mr. Blair. Since leaving office, you established the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. What led you to establish this institute, and can you explain a little bit more of what the institute's mission is and also the mandate that you carry?
First of all, thank you very much for having me to the SOE conference. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with Minister Eric, someone for whom I have great respect, and to congratulate him and all the team in the state-owned enterprises for the progress they've made, which Palahut was just explaining. So I began my institute, which works with governments around the world to help deliver change, because of my experience as a prime minister over quite a long period of time. And what I learned about government was that the hardest thing is to get anything done. And so, you know, I thought when I first came to power, I was sitting in Downing Street in the Prime Minister's chair, this very historic building. You're the most powerful person in the country. You give an order, you think something happens. And then you learn over time, nothing happens. So you then have to devise the means of implementation and delivery. And that's really so what I learned over time was how to do that. And here's the problem, because very often politics is about talking.
Yep.
Okay. But government should be about doing, and doing is harder than talking. So that's the challenge we started to focus on. And you know, when you look at a country like Indonesia, which is developing fast, and it's come a long way over these last few years, but it's because it started to take the decisions necessary to deliver. And one major part of that is in the state-owned enterprises, because we saw from the presentation earlier of what Minister Eric was just saying, it's hugely powerful, $630 billion worth of assets. That's more than half of the GDP of the country. So if the state-owned enterprises perform badly, the country will not succeed. If they perform well, it can. And the challenge for the state-owned enterprises is very simple. If it works well, then it can use the power of the state to work in partnership with the private sector to deliver change. Yeah. And that's what the Indonesian Water Fund is about. Or I was studying the Pelapara Ring project, which is about bringing internet access. And there's $500 million worth of investment, private sector investment, plus the state-owned enterprise. So at its best, it can be a mobilizing platform for investment. But the problem always with state enterprises is that it's got the advantage of the power of the public sector, but it's often got the disadvantage of not having the discipline of the private sector. So the challenge for state-owned enterprises, and you see this around the world, is how you combine the power that the state has to give direction and to mobilize, but have the discipline that comes from the private sector so that the projects are properly structured, properly put together, and they can attract additional investment from the private sector. And this is the challenge. The reforms that Eric has been making in the state-owned enterprises are exactly the right ones. And probably he's sitting there thinking, I want to go further and faster all the time, which is a good motivation to have. But you know, this process of change within the state-owned enterprises is, in my view, absolutely central to the development of Indonesia. If the state-owned enterprise sector succeeds, Indonesia will succeed. And if it doesn't, then Indonesia will be held back. So this is the absolutely crucial importance, and you know, it's the job of partners like my institute to try and do everything we can to help that process of change.
Okay, so when we talk about the challenges, as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Blair, maybe Mr. Torhe has the right formula. As we all know, SOEs in Indonesia, you know, have been quite instrumental during this pandemic COVID-19, not only in containing the impact of COVID-19 in the health sector aspect, but also providing financial support as well in the financial economic recovery. So this is in line with the government's objective. But yet at the same time, you also mentioned that SOEs needs to serve as value creator as well, you know, commercial objectives. So how would you balance these two mandates? And you know, I'm sure it's quite a challenge, but maybe perhaps you found the right formula. And then how would you identify where are the areas of reform that has made the most progress so far?
Yeah. So, number one, of course, thank you, Mr. Tony Blair. That's why
that is quite the endorsement, right?
I admire him because what he's done with the countries. And if you look at notice, Kanya, our suit is similar color, and also the tie.
Oh yeah! Wow.
Not the socks, though.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Tony, that you're helping also the transformation of state enterprise. So as my father told me before when I was young, that it's very important as an individual, you have to become a successful man and also have money. Because with that, actually, you can help more people. This philosophy is the same with the state-owned enterprise.
Yeah.
When the state-owned enterprise is not healthy, how can they create a good program for the people? When the state enterprise is corrupt, how they can helping to contribute some of the dividend to the country? Because most of them is losing money. This is why since the beginning when I discussed with my team, again, I keep mentioning my team, we really need to make sure we can be successfully transfer this state-owned enterprise. By a big number of the state-owned doesn't mean it shows it's a healthy one. If you look at the data, we've been reducing the number of state-owned from 108 to 41. And if you look at the company who giving dividends, now it's increased from 11 to 20 companies. So it's mean now 50% can create dividends. So because of the state enterprise is healthy, then this is a time that state enterprises can create more value to the people. For example, what we've done today with a water fund. We do understand government have limited budget, especially after COVID. Now, government also giving a big subsidized money for the energy, 500 trillion, the number you'll not imagine. This is why then me and my team decide, hey, look at, there is a way that we can help our people too by creating a B2B partnerships. And we have actually models that Dana Reksa ran before in Lamongan and Isubang that through building a clean water ecosystem that time, then we can carbon copy to the other 40 regions that we feel there's an opportunity. Of course, we cannot settle all the issues, but at least we are there. We contribute and helping the countries. This is why this water farm coming up today. The same thing, if you look at the situation on our healthcare systems, 2 million Indonesia abroad, go abroad to have a healthcare check-up or service. So basically it's been what, 6 billion US dollar go to different countries. Again, we blame different countries or we blame our healthcare system? Cannot. But this is why we have a way to interventions on the healthcare system of Indonesia. This is why we consolidated the healthcare system in Indonesia. If you look at what Pak Luhut mentions in the last couple of days, we successfully right now introduce our own vaccine. But doesn't mean when we introduce our own vaccine, we stand alone. We invite the private sector to coming in, which is from US at the time. We do R&D from the Baylor University from US. So this is a collaboration that we feel we can create a win-win partnerships. Yeah. So number one, the state enterprise healthy, then we can create programs. At the same time, when we want to build an ecosystem, intervention some of these issues, either water, either health, then we can create a win-win partnerships. Healthcare, we partner with Mayo right now to introduce international hospital in Indonesia. Just now, I mentioned to His Excellency Mr. Tony Blair during our one-on-one meetings, we signed an agreement right now with Profectors, which is an English company that we are developing vaccine for hemophilia. 600,000 people need this vaccine. But Indonesia, because of this partnership, become a global hub. So Profectors, we distribute the vaccine to Europe and US, but the other regions will be based in Indonesia. So this is something, an accessibility. We're creating a healthy company, but also we're helping a different country who need to have this vaccine. And at the same time, we can help our people to get affordable medicines. This is something, the ecosystem we build. But I really believe when you want to build an ecosystem, you cannot stand alone. You have to work with everyone, private sectors, global companies, small, medium enterprise, and so on.
Is that how you would define inclusivity in that ecosystem?
Yes.
Okay.
So Indonesia will grow 5% every year. That's the predictions. So this is why I discussed with my team also, there is 4 things we have to focus on the next 10 years. This is why we're creating a map 2024-2034. The 4 industrialization that can build to sustain the Indonesia economic growth for the next 10 years It's 4 of them, which is 4 of them Indonesia can create these new ecosystems. Number one, I think Pak Luhut mentioned regarding how Indonesia has been successful in downstreaming our natural resource.
Yep.
If you look at now the three of industries of nickel become EV battery, stainless steel. And this is something we should continue. But of course, doesn't mean we stand alone. The state enterprise partner to build EV batteries with a partner from China, CATL, with LG. We just signed an agreement also with Arrival, an English company. We also pushing a new partnership with Ford. So this is something, because please understand also with the situation of Indonesia, we need to create jobs.
Yep.
And we cannot just export our natural resources by raw materials. We need to downstreams. The second one, the potential of agriculture and fishery. Indonesia agriculture fishery is only around 5% right now in terms of industrializations. This is something also we can push. So Indonesia can become also the hub for food security for the regional. Like what we done last time with Singapore, when our neighbor Malaysia was a bit worried with their stock of chicken, Indonesia contribute to Singapore. This is a win-win partnerships. Maybe one time also Indonesia need help from Singapore. This is something why the ecosystem need to be on the right direction, creating a win-win partnership. Indonesia digital economy. By 2030, we will hit 323 billion, 4,500 trillion. Will become the 40% of the digital economy in South Asia. We have a big markets.
Yep.
But we cannot close our eyes, we just become markets.
Yep.
We need to consolidate our digital economy. Because why? We need to build this digital economy also valuable to create jobs in Indonesia and also continue building our digital economy.
Yeah, yeah.
I think this one of the agenda that we want to push through building ecosystem through our state enterprise, but we not stand alone with everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and this is an invitation as well to come and participate in the economy. As was mentioned, we have a big market, we have big resources, and we have 4 leading sectors that we need to develop further. Mr. Blair, going back to you, what can you say about this? It's, what the minister is doing on the right track, from your experience in office and also around the world with the Institute. What lessons have you learned and how a country can achieve inclusive growth?
I think what Minister Eric has just outlined, these are obviously absolutely essential elements of it, particularly making sure that you can extract the maximum amount of value out of your commodities. I think I'd add a few other things which I noticed from around the world. And by the way, one of the interesting things about the world today, and this is why my institute focuses on government, is that you can really see the lessons from what works and what doesn't. As I say, the hardest thing is doing it, but actually knowing what you should do is reasonably easy to identify if you look around the world and you see the countries that have succeeded and those that have failed. And I would add, in addition to what Paresh just said, I think, first of all, infrastructure is obviously vital. If you want inclusive growth, people, for example, need access to electricity, they need access to the internet. So infrastructure, for sure. Transport links, connectivity to the world. Secondly, I would put enormous emphasis on education. The thing today is that the world is changing so fast, and the internet has opened up so many possibilities. School today is really, I still think we haven't yet caught on with the fact that the role of teachers will be different today. The way we educate children has got to be different. We need young people to be open-minded, to be creative, to be able to think through problems. It's not just as it was in my day. You learn the exam, how to pass the exam, you learn all the facts. I can still recite to you all the kings and queens of England, right, going back over several centuries. It's never been a lot of use to me, to be absolutely frank. But you know, today, the way we educate children has got to change. So education, massively important. Thirdly, the role of women. Right? If you don't make use of all your human capital, then you aren't going to be successful. This is why, for example, in the leadership of the state-owned enterprises, 25% women, 10% youth. These are important goals because they're saying something about the country. And then the final thing I would say is, today, this is one of the things my institute concentrates on, is this digitization. I mean, we are living through a technology revolution that is every bit as significant as the 19th century industrial revolution, and possibly more so. And it's going to change everything. I mean, when we were just going around the conference center, and you just look at, for example, something that is in its infancy, which is the metaverse, and how it might be used. Now, you get a lot of different views as to how it's going to develop. But the one thing you can be sure of is that every single part of our lives is going to be disrupted by technology. Yeah. And therefore, having the capacity to utilize new technology is going to be one of the most important things that government can do, because in the end, that will also improve inclusive growth. So if you want to open up opportunity for more people, it's got to be with the infrastructure that gives them access, with the education that prepares their mind, with the equality, which means all people in society participate, and with the ability to access the advantages of this technology revolution. So I think these are, again, looking around the world today, these are the things that are really driving change. And Indonesia, in each of these areas, by the way, has its challenges, but it's also made substantial progress, and it could be a leader in many of these fields. It's got the size of population and the resources to do it.
Thank you for mentioning the role of women, Mr. Blair. But as you mentioned, technology is indeed a game changer. But let's dive deeper into the relationship between the public and the private sector. You know, with all its complexities, SOEs will remain a key player in the national and also international economic activities. Yet, as a former entrepreneur, I'd like to highlight that I'm sure you can also appreciate the role of the private sector in the economy. So now going forward, how can we find the right balance in between these two, not as competing forces, but perhaps as collaborative forces so as to create an equitable economy for all stakeholders, rather than SOEs crowding out maybe the private sector? And how do you think these two sectors can affect each other in governance and also other aspects as well?
Yeah. So Mr. Tony Blair mentions that the private sectors have more agility. I mean, they're more agile, which is compared to us in the state-owned enterprise. But like or dislike, the state enterprise, they have muscle. They have the infrastructures. I mean, for example, if our point of view that the state enterprise that we're running today, we have to monopolize everything, we can. But this is a solution for the country? I don't think so. We cannot monopoly everything. This is why we restructuring with transformation, the number of state enterprise from 108 to 41, because there is a reasons that we want to consolidate it, that some of the role of the state enterprise can be present, not everything. The state enterprise, the small medium company, should be part of the growing economy of Indonesia. If you look at the number of small medium enterprise in Indonesia, is around 65.4 million, which is and they are creating 97% of jobs. And where they place? This is why in the last 3 years, me and both for my ministers here are really pushing how we give a solution for small medium enterprise. They have to be part of the ecosystem we build together, because they are the front end. 65% of Indonesian economy also based on them in terms of growth. This is something we have to be there. One of the issues with them also with finance. But only finance is solution with them? No. We have to accompany them. We need to become day solutions. For example, one of the programs we create between the state and provinces with our farmers, what we call Makmur. So our farmers right now, they not get easy access for a loan. So this is why most of our bank right now, we are trying to help the farmers. But the funding is enough? No. They need a good fertilizer. They need the right seeds, because otherwise, when the agriculture grows up, the quality is isn't there.
Yeah.
They also need insurance. This is why we provide them insurance if the farmers not successful on the producing the agriculture they do it. So this is something. And if we can be an off-taker for them, this is even better. So we done this project. I think right now the number is 250,000 hectares. And we become the off-taker for palm oil and sugars. But on the corn and rice, we partner with private sectors too, because we don't have that ecosystem in the markets. The private sector have supermarkets. They have more arms, more things. This is why we ask them to be part of the ecosystem, to give solutions. So it's a win-win.
Yeah.
In different scale. I mentioned when we want to build our digital economy. We've been partnered with Singapore, Singtel, for many years. But this is why we push this partnership to become a win-win solution for the two countries. What we need to build, because this is the number of digital economy we targeting, we need to be aggressive investing in our digital economy.
Yeah.
This is something that with Singapore. Same thing right now. We partner with UAE, with some of our port. This is a successful issue.
Yeah.
That we can create a better port companies, so we can reduce our logistic costs. Our partnership with India, with GMR, managing our airports in Sumatera Utara. Simple. We want to create more traffic, because there is something that Indonesia and India can build, the south and south trade. And if you look at the trade balance between Indonesia and India, in Indonesia is surplus by 8 billion. So it's something that we need to partner with India in many things. So this is something that the partnership have to be there.
Yeah.
State enterprise cannot monopoly everything, but we have a muscle to consolidate and create a good ecosystem for everyone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And how do they affect each other in terms of governance?
So far, okay, as long as we make money.
So far, okay, as long as you make money.
If we don't make money, then there's problems.
Okay.
It's only concepts then.
Okay.
Because like I mentioned, the government needs money.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to contribute more money to the governments.
Right.
Yeah, because the government need to create a program for the peoples. Yeah, this is why at the beginning, it's very important to create a healthy state-owned enterprise.
Okay, that's the message, right? So going back to Mr. Blair again, as a prime minister of a country that is perhaps further along the development path as Indonesia is right now, did you find an approach, to like calibrate the balance between encouraging a harmonious relationship between the private sector and the public sector?
Yeah, I think there is a way of doing this productively. And Minister Eric just mentioned two important things. First of all, small and medium-sized business. I don't think any country succeeds today unless you have an environment in which people can start businesses, feel they can grow them, feel they can succeed. This is why, by the way, a good business environment, rule of law, is also very important. And secondly, he mentioned the role of partnerships and the openness to ideas from wherever they come. And this is, again, really, really important. If you look at the countries that succeed today, they will pull in ideas from wherever they can. I mean, for example, if you take the UK, probably some of the most successful companies started in the UK in the last 20, 30 years have been started by people immigrating into the country. These partnerships are of vital importance. I think the other thing is political stability, to be honest. This is a really, one of the reasons why Indonesia has, I think, become increasingly prominent, both economically and on the world stage, is because, frankly, you have had a president with a clear vision that he's been able to implement, and that stability is very easy to take for granted and should never be taken for granted. It has to be worked on the entire time. And I can say this coming from the UK at present. And the issue, I think, the biggest challenge that you're going to have to get the public and the private sector in working together is for them to be in a dialogue that is productive, where the government does not regard the private sector as some form of adversary, but actually as a partner, and where the private sector recognizes that they've got to take account of the public interest and not just their own private interest. But when I was in office, we worked very closely with the business sector, and in the end, ultimately, the jobs are created by successful business. So you can't be in favor of jobs and against business. So you need that good atmosphere, that good relationship, but it all comes down in the end to having people in positions of political leadership that get this, that understand the importance of the private sector, and are willing to shift the system so that that relationship is productive. If you do that, you can succeed. And again, when you look around the world today and you see the countries succeeding, I can't think of a successful country without a successful enterprise and business sector.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So we have about like 5 more minutes before we have to wrap up. So let's talk about the future now and future development. I mean, it was also mentioned a lot by the minister before, by Eric. What will be your priorities as you approach the final years of President Widodo's administration? What is your vision on where SOEs is going to be in the future? You have 2 more years to go now.
Maybe.
Maybe or more?
No, more is impossible. It's a good time go back to the family, though, actually.
Okay.
We need to speed up the transformations. I give presentations to our member of parliaments from Commission 6. We have a very good relations, but we need to support from them if we want to more continuation with the transformation of the state enterprise. This is why one of the key issues that we are pushing a new regulation of state-owned enterprise, that the state enterprise can have a power to consolidation, to close down the company is not profitable or cannot compete again, instead of it takes years and years to shutting down.
Okay.
World is changing, like Mr. Tony Blair mentioned, this is a digital area. You have to make fast decisions. So this is why we want to change some of the regulations of the state-owned press. That's number 1. Maybe successful, maybe not. Let's see. Yeah. Number 2, definitely we can do this. We want to create a roadmap 2024 to 2034 that we want to consolidate more and more state enterprise from 41 to 30. But then, from this all state enterprise, we need to benchmarking with the global players. So, for example, in our healthcare industry, our health industry right now still very small compared to the markets. We facing a lot of issue when there is an instability regarding cooking oil. As state enterprise, we cannot do anything, right? But actually, we are one of the biggest producing of palm oil. It's ridiculous, a country as big as this, we cannot provide a good cooking oil for the people. So the state enterprise only managing 3% of the cooking oil, the plantation in Indonesia. This is something we need to grow of some of the state enterprise by consolidations. If we merge our PTPN group, the plantation group, with our forestry group, suddenly the state enterprise can own 2.6 million hectares.
Wow.
This will be the biggest plantation company in the world.
But
what for? As a business, but also intervention if the market unstable, for example, like the cooking oil. The same thing with the healthcare. If we consolidation our healthcare industry, from vaccine company, for clinics, telemedicines, health insurance. I think this is a good ecosystem to serve the people. At the same time, become a healthy company too. This is something that we want, why the consolidation need to be there for the next 10 years. Number 3, by end of this year, from 45 minister decree, we want to create a new omnibus law version of our state-owned press. Nobody will read 45 minister decree. I don't think my CEO, my commissioner reading one of them. So we want to consolidate, become 4 minister decree. So it's more simple. For the parliaments, easy to read. For our partners, easy to read. For we who implementations the regulation, easy to implement. Right. This is something that we want to consolidate by end of this year. And the last one, transformations, state enterprises is basically transformation of the people too. But if the not good people still coming back to state enterprise, I don't think it's a good solution for us. This is why we're pushing also what we call blacklist. So some of the individual already suspect or already audit, there's a part of the not a good solution for the state enterprise. We want to create a blacklist.
They're going to be banned forever.
Yeah, otherwise then after what we done with the parliaments, with the changing in the transformation, if they go back again, at the end, it will be set back. Okay. Transformation of state management is very important also, the transformation of human capital. Right. So good human capital can help sustain the state enterprise. But when the not good human capital coming in, then it will be a setback. So Mr. Tony mentioned continuation. It's not easy to continue the transformation.
Right, right.
But this is why important. We have to make sure the human capital is the key.
Yeah, yeah, that's quite, yeah, a big round of applause, please. That is quite the key message there. So going back to Mr. Blair, any last piece of advice, you know, on Indonesia more generally, where and how do you see Indonesia's economy developing, and how can Indonesia make that leap into becoming a developed economy?
Well, just very briefly, I'm basically, by the way, I'm very optimistic about Indonesia. Yeah. I think it's...
Thank you. Big round of applause, please.
I would just say 2 things. First, keep the reform program going. You know, the toughest thing is to do reform. And what I learned about reform in government is when you propose change, people tell you it's a bad idea. When you're doing it, it's hell. After you've done it, you wish you'd done more of it. Okay. And so just keep that reform program going, the types of things the Minister Eric's been talking about. And then secondly, I just want to return to this point. Countries change when there's the right policy pursued over a sustained period of time. And what you need, you can't change a country in 5 years. It's hard to change it in 10. You need 15, 20 years of sustained, continuous core policy that's the right policy. Can go through changes of administration, but it's still got to have that basic, sustainable, good strategic change happening. And my single biggest hope for Indonesia is that that strong and strategic leadership that's been shown in these last few years is continued over the next decade and more, because it needs it, and if it does it, it will be the 4th largest economy in the world, and it will take its rightful place as one of the leading nations of the world.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Erick Thohir, and former British Prime Minister Mr. Tony Blair. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for that insightful discussion. Let me hand back to the MC.
Thank you, moderator, and all speakers. Please remain on stage for our next program, which is presentation of special token of appreciation. Pak Erick, please remain on stage. We will now present a token of appreciation, which will be, an exclusive photo session, everyone, please Okay. Am I allowed to do that? But first, you need to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Yeah. And next, Mr. Eric Tohir, would you please also present the token of appreciation to our moderator, Ms. Kania Sutisna Winata. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellencies. There's a special request, sir, from the minister to have a photo with the MC. Very sorry, this is none in the script. Thank you very much. It is an honor to have you here today, Mr. Tony Blair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our first panel discussion. We hope you learned a lot from our speakers. And this conference, of course, would not be possible without the support of our sponsors. And thus, we would like to express our thanks to generous sponsors of this event, holding BUMN Farmasi Bio Farma Group, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk, Mining Industry Indonesia Mine ID Holding Industri Pertambangan, PT Pertamina Persero, PT PLN Persero, Telkom Indonesia, Holding BUMN Dana Reksa, BNI Sekuritas, Mandiri Sekuritas, Holding Perkebunan Nusantara, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, PT Bank Syariah Indonesia Tbk, Bank BTN, PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, Pelindo, Perum Perhutani, Indonesia Financial Group. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to have a short lunch break. We have provided some food and beverages for you, located at the Legion Foyer on the mezzanine floor and Tanjung Benoa Hall on the first floor. Let's regroup here in 1 hour and we will continue with our second panel discussion. Thank you very much.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
from passion turned into profit,
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
tapi juga esok hari.
Boom.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover stronger.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turns into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth in mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean, environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas, akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Boom.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for, and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turns into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth and mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. Eighth, to advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak, membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia, untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan PTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover strong.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for. and bringing all their needs in one hand. This is our answer that makes everyone grow even bigger and brings meaning to everyone's smile.
Looking at the world today, full of innovation and everything new, it begs a question. Who are the real game changers? They are the visionaries who see opportunities everywhere,
From passion turns into profit.
who sees every chance and face every challenge.
Tweak it, make it brand new.
Make it online, make it simple.
Did your restaurant move location?
No, this is a new branch.
Who connect the chain of prosperity for others? Because champions are born to create chances with leading innovation. Together with Mandiri, advancing life.
Indonesia is a country with an abundance of wealth in mineral resources. To explore and develop the mineral resources in Indonesia, Mind ID, Mining Industry Indonesia, was formed as a state-owned holding company of large mining companies located throughout the regions. Mind ID is the largest diversified and vertically integrated metals and mining company in the ASEAN region. The companies under Mind ID aims to deliver the mandate of Mind ID, manage Indonesia's strategic mineral resources and reserves, encourage the mineral industry's development of the downstream industry, and become a world-class company. Mind ID continues to explore, to seek and maximize the potential of the country's natural resources, and to develop these potentials to promote the lives of the Indonesian people.
Energy moves us forward passionately to explore opportunities, to make a million dreams come true. Pertamina believes we can go faster and better while keeping in harmony with the sustainability of our Earth's future. With various energy transition initiatives, Pertamina provides clean and environmentally friendly energy from diverse local sources. The warmth of the sun produces low-emission energy. The abundance of geothermal ignites life on every front, meeting energy needs by reducing emissions, protecting biodiversity, and preserving the green earth. Let's move towards our shared goal. Preserve nature, support sustainability, protect the future of our home, our only Earth. Pertamina, energizing sustainable future, energizing you.
As a part of global commitment to reduce carbon emissions, PLN has implemented several strategic initiatives to achieve the target of net zero emissions by 2060. The first initiative is to conduct an early retirement for coal-fired power plants. Second, accelerate and optimize the new and renewable energy for the power generation sector. Third, expand the biomass co-firing program as a replacement for remaining fossil fuel-based generators. Fourth, establish a green energy ecosystem for industry and businesses through the adoption of renewable energy certificates. Fifth, actively initiate electric vehicle ecosystem through public charging infrastructure, home charging, tariff incentives for electric vehicle owners, and a digital platform. Sixth, apply carbon capture utilization and storage technology to the remaining fossil generators. Seventh, develop hydrogen technology as an alternative energy source for electricity. 8. To advance a smart grid according to the need for the electric power system, as well as run the control system to achieve efficiency and optimization of energy supply and demand. These are PLN's commitments to a better life for future generations. BUMN untuk Indonesia.
Ketika semua terhenti karena pandemi, kami selalu ada untuk menyambungkan harapan. Kini dunia kembali bergerak. Akan ada harapan yang mengalahkan tantangan. Masa depan hanya bagi mereka yang berani bermimpi besar dan melampaui batas. Karena merekalah yang membawa kemajuan zaman. Di dalam pikirannya selalu resah. Lahir sesuatu yang indah membuat hidup banyak orang menjadi mudah. Mereka selalu bergerak, membawa arus perubahan. Jalan mereka terjal karena mimpinya kadang tidak masuk akal. Dari isi pikirannya sejarah dibentuk dan keajaiban dicatat. Ketika yang lain menyerah pada nasib, pikiran mereka menjelajah angkasa, merekayasa masa depan. Kami, Telkom Indonesia, bersama mereka dengan gagasan yang melampaui batas akan terus berinovasi menciptakan masa depan Indonesia yang lebih baik. Telkom Indonesia untuk Indonesia yang lebih baik.
Bank Syariah Indonesia menjadi energi dalam membangun Indonesia. Membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Dulu tiap transaksi banyak biaya ini itu.
Tapi di tabungan BTN Bisnis beda. Bisa bebas biaya transaksi itu juara banget.
Karena bisnis gak cuma tentang hari ini,
Tapi juga esok hari.
Not everything in life is created equal. Some people have to work harder, take a little bit more risks. And some children have to be a little more patient. Progress takes time, but advancement requires initiative. We believe in capital investment that can spur the wheel of progress. Mandiri Sekuritas's decades of experience allow us to be Indonesia's most reliable and capable investment bank. We connect investors with national corporations that build roads across the nation, realize new generation international airports, construct modern transportation systems, develop intercontinental trading ports, and build power plants in the outlying region. Because what truly matters is the growth beyond profit. Mandiri Sekuritas, your trusted partner to prosper.
PT PEN Group is ready to collaborate and innovate to realize the sustainable energy transition. Recover together, recover stronger.
Pupuk Indonesia, a world-class fertilizer company committed to ensure food stability, striving our best to produce fertilizers for future needs, strengthening our business with innovation and digitalization whilst improving the welfare of farmers and crop productivity, determined to have cleaner and more sustainable business process. With over 50 years of experience, Pupuk Indonesia continues to expand its potential to prosper the world.
The mystical beauty of arts, culture, and heritage, from east to west. We are ready to welcome the world. We are strong. We are the heirs of generations to create a better future. BNI for stronger Indonesia.
This is the first step of a smile. The steps that taken together towards the same goal. We walk with determination to reach every corner of the country. Now and then, BRI, Pegadaian, and PNM strides on. Together, we bring changes as one entity. Changes that brings you closer to us. Paving the ways of progress everyone aims for. and bringing all their needs in one hand.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the food and refreshment that we have already prepared for you just now. And to continue with our program, we will now begin our second panel discussion. Okay, now we're going to start our second panel discussion with the topic of economic transformation through digitalization impact to nations' trade and investment. Please welcome our moderator for the second session, Ms. Amelia Yahya.
Well, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you so much for being here. And now let us get down to business. I hope you guys have all had very good lunch and a great dose of coffee, because now we're going to start the second panel discussion of the day. We're going to be talking about an array of topics surrounding economic transformation through digitalization, the great impact we had on a nation's investments and trade. But first of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Amelia Yahya, and I'll be your moderator for today. And on behalf of our dearest host, allow me to extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. And ladies and gentlemen, to start with the second panel discussion on the economic transformation through digitalization and the great impact we had on a nation's investments and trade, let us first reflect and look back on the pandemic. While the pandemic has created quite a tumult since the past 2 years, one thing for sure that we've all experienced and noticed was the great change and the significant impact it had on the consumer's behavior as well as how businesses work. And the great spectacle that we've all had and witnessed was the great acceleration of digital adoption, and it sure was quite a sight to see. And ladies and gentlemen, during this great pandemic, the digital technologies have sure helped us to navigate through the worst public health crisis in our lifetime. And all of us here, from businesses at any scale and public sectors, as well as us as individuals and companies as well, have all frantically flocked and resorted to applying digital technologies to try to take a chance at survival during the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have used the digital technologies to try and manage our activities as well as our work, as well as boost connections with one another. So, here it is, even services traditionally deemed to need more personal interactions, such as those in the healthcare field or those in education, have all also flocked to digital technologies to try to make sense of it all by conducting in many areas remotely or virtually. And of course, that we can see how thanks to public support and combined with the support and commitment of government officials with the supportive government policies, growth as we saw in digital ecosystem was evident. So ladies and gentlemen, now that we're here today in Indonesia, allow me to highlight a little bit about Indonesia first. And well, here we are in Indonesia, being the fourth most populous country in the world, as well as the largest island nation in the world, which doesn't make logistics the easiest thing to do, as well as the third largest democracy in the world and the largest economy in Southeast Asia. we could see how the the population of mobile phone users in Indonesia is quite large. Therefore, during the pandemic, as we saw, many businesses have not survived, while others have actually seen a revival. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about during the second panel discussion of the day, and that is on economics transition through digitalization and the impact on the nation's investments and trade. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our great speakers here on stage, and they're indeed the experts in their field, and together we're going to gain lots of insights from them and learn from them. And it is with the greatest pleasure and honor that I shall invite to the stage the Vice Minister of State-Owned Enterprises Ministry of the Republic of Indonesia. Let us give a big round of applause for His Excellency, Mr. Kartiko Wiryoatmojo. Your Excellency, we're so happy to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, and next allow me to invite to the stage Mr. Ahmad Mazari, the President of Microsoft Asia. Welcome, Mr. Ahmad. And ladies and gentlemen, next allow me to also welcome Mr. Stephen Ng, the CEO of China International Capital Corporation of Singapore. Let's give him a big round of applause. Last but not least, allow me to also invite to the stage Ms. Vaishali Rastogi, the Global Head of TNT BCG of Boston Consulting Group. Let's give her a big round of applause. Well, everyone, I'm so incredibly honored to have you here today. And today we're going to be talking about an array of topics surrounding the economic transition through digitalization. And as we all know, these our speakers need no introduction. They're all the experts in their field, and I can't wait to be hearing your insights. But before we get down to business and start highlighting on the lessons learned during the pandemic, as well as highlighting on what we learned through the transition and the adoption, the acceleration of digital technologies, I would like to allow everyone to please maybe deliver a little bit of the opening remarks or a little bit of introduction on yourselves and the recent work that you've done. And maybe we could start with Ms. Vaishali first.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. Actually, I may be the global head for TMT, Tech Media Telco for BCG, but I would say Indonesia made me. I started my career 26 years ago, and I spent my first 10 years visiting your beautiful country almost every week for 10 years. And then, of course, I went on to play global roles. So I'm really glad to be back home. And I now live in Singapore, and I just wanted to say that in my role as global technology head, we've been seeing a lot of impact from digitization, the good. There's also the parts that are not so good. I mean, we talked about the good, which is the whole digital adoption. The not so good, which is the displacement it has in terms of people who are not digitally included, so the digital divide, as well as the huge implications in terms of job shifts that are happening in the economy. And I would say the last one would be really what I call the moment for disruption. Technology and digital is disrupting industries, and you can either seize it or you can lose from it. So which one would you take up as SOEs? So that would be one theme that I would like to touch on today as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaishali. And you're only an island hop away, but you're home. And now we'd like to welcome Minister Kartiko to deliver. You don't need any self-introduction, so maybe the recent work that you've done as well as anything else that you'd like to deliver.
Yeah. Just quickly, I started my career in private sector actually. I was with PwC and BCG a long time ago. So I was same with Vaishali at the time. And then I moved to state-owned enterprise in Bank Mandiri, and then moved to some other institution before I became the CEO of Mandiri from 2015 to 2018. And then I was appointed as a vice minister. I think since I joined as a vice minister, the digital transformation within SOE has started to gain momentum. I think we were quite late if we compare ourselves to the startups. I think the startups have started the digital revolution probably around early 2010, 2012. But then we're catching up with a lot of initiatives across the board, but particularly how to actually create an ecosystem within the state-owned enterprise and also with the startups and also other ecosystem players. So later on, I will also showcase some of the early success that we have. So we are currently pushing for some super apps that is driven by the financial service industry to become like the center of the BUMN ecosystem in which we attach other transactions such as transportation, logistics, and so on and so forth. So we believe by having a simple, accessible, and ease of use for people, then Indonesia can move from offline to online easily, and also getting the efficiency and fast transactions. So we seen it, and we believe it's going to be moving even faster after the pandemic, especially in the banks, for example, where the transactions using digital apps has surged exponentially, and the branches become a bit empty. ATM also become just a infrastructure for supporting, but digital apps becoming the center of all the activities of the banks. So this is also interesting because I think Indonesia, despite the developing country status, but I think the adoption is faster, even compared to some other more advanced countries. Indonesia is so used to use gadget and is a very adaptable to social media. I think we are one of the largest users of Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. So naturally, the Gen Z, even the Gen X, probably now 70-80% converted to super apps usage. So I think this is something that is really on the verge of really major revolutions, and I think we can really push the boundaries towards other sectors: edutech, govtech, health tech, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely, and Your Excellency, I have seen this great super app and how much Indonesia needs to have an app like this that integrates all the technological advances as well as all the institutions that we need. And now with Mr. Ahmad, allow me to address you by your first names. That's how we do it here in Indonesia. Mr. Ahmad, and the floor is yours now to deliver your opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon and great to be here. I have responsibility for Microsoft's business across Asia Pacific and Japan, but essentially at the core, our mission is to exactly enable what Pak Tiko just said, which is to empower every person and every organization in the region to achieve more. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Mr. Stephen?
Thank you, Amelia. So for CICC, maybe a quick introduction about who we are. We are a Beijing-based investment bank. We were set up in 1995. The purpose of us being set up as a joint venture then, in the mid-90s between Morgan Stanley and China Construction Bank was really to help China go through its economic reform. For instance, the first IPO we did as part of the economic reform was the listing of China Mobile. That was back in 1997, where the Chinese government carved out, the telco assets of Guangzhou and Zhejiang provinces. So since then, we have been very involved in SOE reforms. I'm definitely looking forward to sharing some of the experiences that China has gone through, and hopefully, we can have some exchange of ideas here. Thank you.
Absolutely, and especially as China is now the world's #2 in terms of a digital ecosystem, we have so much to learn. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we start our panel discussion with the economic transitions, I would like to ask Minister Kartiko, this is regarding how in Indonesia, especially in the early days of the pandemic, things were not easy here. Just as in any other countries, but especially here being the fourth most populous country in the world, and we're also the largest island nation in the world, logistics, distribution was tough. Therefore, the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises had a lot of work to do in trying to fulfill the gaps of that. And in Indonesia, during the surge of COVID-19, it has forced the government to impose such a strict restriction, unfortunately constraining Indonesia's economic growth. So at the time, what were the challenges did you face or the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises face to digitalize the untapped segments of the society, especially those that need it the most when it comes to welfare?
Yeah. One of the focus that we did at the time is to make sure that our services to public is stopped. So then we are doing the service to people, for example, banking. So I take banking as a easiest example here. So in BRI, and bank, which also have the largest customer base, around 35 million. So we have to be able to still serve the 35 million people, which is spreading across the archipelago of Indonesia. And at the time, the interaction, probably 70-80% or 90% is still offline. So we have to educate them to actually start adopting digital fast so that they could still service their loan, they could still apply for new loan, and they could do transactions online. So what we did in the first couple of months is really doing a massive program to actually educate the customer how to do digital adoption and start using our apps to actually do their transactions. So then they can still do trading from their home. They can still deliver their goods to their customer using a logistic that we provide to our apps and so on and so forth. So that actually resulted in a stable growth in the micro segment, even though during COVID there is no movement, but there is still a disbursement of new loan and a massive restructuring of loan. So actually BRI has to restructure 3.3 million accounts. Can you imagine restructuring 3.3 million accounts with amount of 260 trillion? So around almost $18 billion transactions, $18 billion volume of loan that we have to restructure. And we did it through a digital apps called Pre-Spot at the time. Otherwise, it's impossible to restructure 3.3 million accounts using physical interactions. So all this done through digital apps. And interestingly, post-COVID, these people in the rural area, then they get used to actually continue their offline transaction, their online transaction, and it become O2O interaction with our banks. So this is very interesting. And then through Telkom, we did also service to the nation by creating Peduli Lindungi. Peduli Lindungi, as you know, is probably one of the most advanced track and trace digital apps in the world, probably, because I bring it to several countries, to US, to Europe, people in Europe and US. So Indonesia have this kind of apps, like this track and trace is actually quite advanced, and it's actually very useful during the peak of COVID because people get all this black, green notification if they are infected, and we actually connect that, of course, with the help of Ministry of Health, to the telemedicine and delivery of medicine. So in the last 1 year of COVID, actually a lot of people who get sick and they get diagnosed as positive, then they can do a telemedicine with the central provider, and people just dispatch the medicine directly to their home. I think this is really a new thing, and I think now telemedicine really becoming easy service to people. More people now realize that they don't have to physically go to the health center and so on and so forth, and they could book and order a proper medication through online as well. So I think those two are probably the most notable changes here, the banking service and the health service during COVID, that now becoming more permanent as a service that people already move from offline to online. And I think if, as I mentioned earlier, once we can get the critical mass, like Peduli Lindungi is downloaded by 95 million downloaders. So now we are actually talking with the other ministries how to actually utilize Peduli Lindungi post-COVID. Can it be a G2P tools from government to people for subsidy, for other usage? So this is something that we want to move forward with Peduli Lindungi. But on the banking side, what is interesting is the activities that they built around the super apps becoming wider and wider. So now we're experimenting also with one of our super apps, which is more urban, living under Mandiri, that actually start selling airline ticket, hotel booking, train seat. Then people can use the super app not only as a financial service provider, but also as a multi-service platform. I think this is something that Indonesia will go. So we can create an ecosystem where people don't have to download 10 or 20 apps. They can just download 1 or 2 mega super apps, and everything is connected through API in the system. I think it's good that central bank and also OJK, our regulators, allowing what we call is an API open banking. So this is, I think, a big revolution for Indonesia, which I think, as I mentioned earlier, probably is more advanced than some other countries.
How incredible. So reaching out to these untapped segments in a way that is so convenient, fast, as well as efficient, Minister Kartiko. How amazing. And now, of course, Ms. Vaishali, you being the leader in terms of when it comes to the media and telecommunication and marketing and pricing, you out of all people know that digitalization and the adoption of it all is not a new thing. And how this landscape is an ever-changing landscape, and the power and the need to keep up, especially now, is more than ever before. So my question is, what are the key recent trends that we need to pay attention to?
So I think Patiko already mentioned a few, so let me build off that. And I think you started your opening remarks with that. So the first is, I mean, you've all seen that meme on internet, right? That COVID did more for digitization than any CEO or minister did. And I guess while COVID was a very tough time, it certainly accelerated digitization massively. And when I say massively, just to give you a sense and perspective, if you talk of number of new users that got added during COVID in countries in ASEAN, whether you look at payments, you look at entertainment media, whether you look at commerce and shopping, by the way, it's gone up anywhere between 20 to about 30%, new users coming into the market. And while some will fade away and go back to their own use, their offline use, I think that's a massive delta that has happened. And the second thing I would say is, if you look at it, it's happened in its own unique way. I think you talked about, the way that the super app was being built here. If you look at commerce in this part of the world, it's not all through the grocery platform or all through just one way. It's all on, the little micro SMEs that we talked about, that Eric talked about in the earlier thing. 90% of the economy or of the enterprises are SME. They went onto social media, they opened up a page, they sold their goods there, they found a way to get logistics and adopt digital payments. So the whole social commerce, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand are actually way ahead of the US or other Western markets. So I think the second point I wanted to say is, not only did we leapfrog specifically, second, we did it in a very unique way, as I was talking about. But then there's the flip side, which is there are elements that did not work, that we do need to pay attention to. I think what I call the digital divide. And digital divide is not just having connectivity, and 95% of the world's population is next to a telco network. And in this hyper-competitive Indonesian market, it's not about just network access. It's about access, meaning do you have the right speeds? It's about affordability, meaning can you actually afford it, and not just on your own, but how to make it possible. And it's about the ability, meaning do you know how to use it? You touched upon how to train people to use stuff. Imagine, in the days of when 4G launched, you had to teach your mom how to do a FaceTime call. Well, I at least had to teach my 70-year-old mom, 10 years ago. But we have to figure out how to do that adoption for consumers, to train them, to make them digitally literate, but also for SMEs, which are not that digitally literate either. So that, to me, is the dark side of a very powerful revolution. And then the last point, as I said earlier, which is there are 2,000, I repeat the number, there are 2,000 unicorns that are disrupting traditional industries using technology, disrupting financial institutions, healthcare, industrial goods, etc. With the geopolitics, I can only say one thing. Indonesia and India are very attractive spaces. I knew that 25 years ago. People are now realizing it today. So you need to really be on the offensive. Otherwise, there's scope for massive disruption if you don't seize the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaishali. And of course, the adaptation that we all need, it's not just within governments or companies, it's also amongst the public as well. And now, Mr. Ahmad, being the president of Microsoft Asia, we still have so much to learn from you regarding, could you share with us the experiences as well as the partnerships that Microsoft had with G20 member countries, particularly here in Indonesia, and especially on the areas of digitalization, and how could cloud computing help public service delivery, inclusion, as well as boost economic recovery?
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably try and extend from what my previous fellow panelists spoke about. I think there are two areas that we played a pretty big role. One was inclusive education. Sometimes we forget that now children very easily are in virtual classrooms, are being educated from across the world. And this is the acceleration that the pandemic has created. I hope we don't have another one for more acceleration, but it certainly was the big upside from it. If you look at vaccine distribution, we played a very big role with our technology in helping equitable vaccine distribution. So those are two interesting areas that I would think from a global standpoint. In Indonesia, in the middle of the pandemic, we announced an extension of our data center zones. We're probably the widest in terms of global coverage on data centers. And as we heard from Paktiko and Vaishali, that cloud computing and cloud infrastructure is fundamental to inclusive growth. In Indonesia, we believe our data center investments will add over 60,000 jobs and over 6.3 billion in top line in the very short term. But to fuel that growth, education and skilling will be fundamental. There are estimates that the world will need 150 million new techies in the next 3 years. I'm sure with countries like Indonesia and India and in various parts of Asia, a fair share will be here. So we're investing in skilling significantly, and we've skilled about 48 million people. Just in Indonesia, we have skilled 24 million people and actually certified 600,000. So as you look at what is fundamental to progressive growth, while telecom coverage, as she pointed out, is like most of the population has it, I think our next stumbling block will be people's ability to use it, to code, and to accelerate the ability to make social inclusion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad. And on the ability of having people make use of technology, Mr. Stephen Awura, I actually grew up in China. Yes, and back then, I remember in the early year 2000s, how China has developed and how fast the commitments that the people had to the speed of development. And when I went back recently before the pandemic, I could not recognize a thing because the city, everything has changed for the better. And my question for you is, considering China's digital economy is #2 ranked in the world, and how digitalization in China since the past decades have completely changed the nation economically and socially. Such an exciting country. So my question is, can you please share with us China's plans to drive digitalization of state-owned enterprises in the coming years?
Yeah, I'm not sure when was the last time you were in China. I have not visited China for 3 years for obvious reason. So definitely looking forward to visiting China.
Me too.
Yeah.
I miss it so much. I was there in 2018, and I was there since primary school.
Okay.
Yes, 我自己也是北京人. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess from China's perspective, as we all know, the economic growth situation in the world is becoming quite sluggish. And in this aspect, I think the digital economy has actually become a new leveler for economic growth and an important direction for countries to boost their economies in terms of new products, new services, new formats, etc. The digital technology has become the main contributors of growth. In recent years, China's digital economy has developed robustly, and its industrial scale has continued to grow rapidly, ranking second to the world. Statistics show that from 2012 to 2021, the scale of China's digital economy should have increased from $1.5 trillion to $7 trillion, and the proportion of the digital economy in terms of GDP have increased from 21% to 40%. The digital economy has become crucially important for the economic development of China. So what are some of the specific initiatives which China has undertaken lately? So maybe I'll share some of those here. First of all, China has further committed to the development of its digital economy in its 14th five-year plan, which will cover between 2021 to 2025. Now, according to the plan, efforts will be made to accelerate the construction of information network infrastructure, a national level integrated big data center system, coordinating computing power, algorithms, data, and application resources. China will also enhance its capabilities in strategic areas such as sensors, quantum information, communications, ICs, and blockchain. It will also facilitate digital transformation of the supply chain to better utilize data resources and improve governance of the digital economy. The plan also emphasizes on the industrial digital transformation, which will be led by SOEs in many regards. So SOEs are already accelerating the construction of the new digital infrastructure, and more than 80 centrally administered SOEs have built group-level data centers. Besides the data centers, new digital infrastructure also includes 5G technology and the industrial internet. For example, the number of 5G stations in China today totals something like 1.4 million, serving about 500 million users. More than half of the centrally administered SOEs have also built an industrial chain digital ecosystem collaboration platform. For example, the State Grid has built a cloud platform to promote the coordinated development of more than 3,000 upstream and downstream enterprises related to the energy industry. As early as August 2020, SASAC, which is the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, also issued 2 new notices aimed at giving guidance to the digital transformation of SOEs, focusing on areas in digitization of product innovation, making production operations more intelligent, and creation of digital economy system within each industry. The key to judging whether the transformation results were successful or not is whether transition value has been achieved. For example, in the digitization of product innovation, there needs to be a measure of value addedness in the innovation process. In the case of making production operations more intelligent, the end goal was a better and more dynamic allocation of resources and the optimization of global value chain. In the case of industrial ecosystem, the KPI was to attract partners in the entire value chain. So on March 2022, SASAC announced the establishment of a new entity called the Science and Technology Innovation Bureau, the STIB, to promote technological innovation of SOEs. So the digital transformation of large SOEs can provide a roadmap for the digitalization of the respective industries, as many of the SOE leaders are leaders in the industries and they play a pioneering role in the transformation. After which, it will be up to these respective industries to customize and localize their approach according to their own needs. This also means that while large SOEs can provide a roadmap, individual companies and provinces will need to implement their digitalization plans based on their local operating environment, constraints, and needs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen and Minister Kartiko, taking experience of China's commitment when it comes to efficiency, speed, and progress to accelerate their digital ecosystem. You mentioned the Great Super App, and also what other initiatives have been carried out by the Ministry of SOEs in terms of supporting Indonesia's digital ecosystem?
Yeah. So based on the estimates, Indonesian digital economy can reach around 320 billion by 2030, and it can actually reach around 18% of our total GDP. So in order for us to catalyze this process, then we have 2 major initiatives. First, at the back end. So Telkom, as one of our large SOE in network development, has already invested huge amount of money for the connectivity. So Telkom already laid down around 170,000 kilometers of fiber and also 250,000 tower. So I think now the coverage in Indonesia is almost around 95%. Can you imagine? I mean, Indonesia is an archipelago country, very complex, but we are investing in some of actually remote area with the some loss absorption mechanism, so that people in the rural area, in the outer island, they can enjoy also digital access. So this I think has been a very tough job for Telkom, but I think we are, as a country, we are moving forward by connecting so many people into the 4G connection actually. The data center, as Mr. Ahmad mentioned, also is very important part after this. So after the connectivity, we want to move to data center and cloud. So now we are building data center. We're actually working with the Singaporean, Singtel, to actually start discussing how we co-develop as the regional largest data center market and the most growing data center market, how to actually we work with the Singapore Telecom to actually combine the forces. And we are also talking to Microsoft about leveraging their cloud capability so that there is a smooth transition to cloud for Indonesian corporation and Indonesian SME. So this is something that we are looking forward that hopefully even SME can have access to cloud with the cheap operating costs. So that if we can do that, then the infrastructure is there. So besides those massive investment at the back, we are also actually involved in a development of startup environment. So as a state enterprise, ministry, we don't want to be an independent and out of the ecosystem. So we're actually working very closely with the startup community. So we actually run a 5 VC under our ecosystem. We have under Telkom, there is MDI, and then TMI under Telkomsel. We have Mandiri Capital, BRF Ventures, and lastly BNI Ventures. These ventures actually already investing in a lot of startups. So we are investing in almost 330 startups until now. Some of them already becoming unicorn or unicorn. So we are working very closely with a lot of startups and connecting them to our ecosystem and customer base. So we are very close with all the startup community. And now we have 3 stages development for the startup communities in which we try to push the growth. Or the ideally idea stage, we have what we call this Indonesia Digital Tribe Initiative, in which we actually engage thousands of Indonesia, educate them on the first mile of actually building an apps. And on the second phase, we're investing through our Startup Day. Actually, we just launched it a week ago with the president, that we are actually asking all this early adopter to actually create a startup company that have an app that can serve connected with state-owned enterprise offline ecosystem. So be it in healthcare or in plantation and so on and so forth. This actually has been quite successful. Last week we have a lot of new talent that are trying to produce app that can connect to our ecosystem. Then on the third phase, which is more on the scale up period, actually our venture has invested a lot there. We have already invested and divested some of them. And we just recently launched what we call this Merah Putih Fund. Because in Indonesia, once you become later stage and probably Series C, Series D, then there is no local funding. Usually they have to sought after for funding from Singapore, from other country, like the like of Sequoia, SoftBank, and so on and so forth. So now we try to also provide a pool of fund that is connected to the whole period, and they are provided to the people who are at the unicorn pre-IPO stage that hopefully can be operated very soon. So with this whole initiative, then we hope that we can also become a catalyst to actually create a whole ecosystem of new startups that are connected to the offline ecosystem of state-owned enterprise.
Minister, you've indeed have emphasized and highlighted such an important recipe to success, and that is the power of collaborations with one another. And Ms. Vaishwali, of course, on highlighting the collaborations and the partnerships that Minister Kartiko has emphasized, how do you think countries should mobilize the various stakeholders within them to capitalize on the trends and boost economic recovery?
So first of all, I should have started by saying congratulations. I think this is one of those things that doesn't get publicized so much in the world. What I heard in the opening panel, what I've heard right now, there is just so much happening here. So first I should start out with congratulations. Now, if I step back and take the same dimensions Patiko took and just articulate it, in my mind, you need 3 layers of the stack, and meaning you need the infrastructure, meaning if you don't have the connectivity, the data centers, the devices, then you know what, the rest almost will not come together. So the fact that you are preparing that is a good first step. Then in my mind, there's the whole products and services, and figuring out how do we make those products and services come to life, be it in a super app or in your own areas, is quite important, because those are both B2C products or services. They could be more B2B. So think about how you can really provide solutions to your SME and other customers. It could also be smart cities, smart government. So there's a whole set of services at top. And in the middle is what I call platform. The platform is like the super app you talked about, or other platforms that create the connection. Now, if this comes in place, of course you have the users. Now, if this comes in place, then magic begins to happen, but you need 3 more things. You need, in my mind, you need talent, you need good regulation, and you need funding, which are the enablers to then getting this ecosystem to work. And maybe the last advice I would have said is that to get these ecosystems to really work well, of course, you need public and private to come together. So that was really inspiring to hear that it is not just about doing it yourself. Because in this digital and tech-enabled world, speed is important, but also ways of working is important. So I would also encourage that as we think, especially on the services layer, less on the infrastructure layer, really thinking about partnerships to bring in capabilities, partnerships to get speed. In fact, creating separate I should say, engines or organizations to create different ways of working so you don't get left behind, I think in my mind would be key. But if you can get this entire ecosystem to work, and you'll have made great progress as a start, and keep an eye, as I said, on the enablers, the funding, the talent, the regulation, I think, sky's the limit in terms of where we can go, given, how blessed we are with a young population, how mobile it is, and how it can be really upskilled and reskilled to take up all the new areas that we talked about.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vaishali. And Mr. Ahmed, on with the great talents and the right regulations, as well as the good fundings that Ms. Vaishali has emphasized the importance on, could you share with us or maybe advise us on what types of digital initiatives should be prioritized to help citizens as well as businesses to recover from the pandemic caused financially for us and from the pandemic, and especially those that were hit the hardest, and that is the micro, small, and medium enterprises?
Yeah, look, like I said at the start, the COVID, the upside of COVID was that we saw a lot of acceleration happen, and we've actually seen, as we say, 2 years of digital transformation happen in 2 months, if we go back to 2020. But if I were to step back, firstly, I want to reflect on this morning. 60% of assets or 50% of the assets of Indonesia are with SOEs. And then the advice we heard was SOEs have the strength, but I'm also seeing a very corporate-like thinking that in Indonesia is very different from other countries. And I have the unique privilege of seeing countries all the way from India to China, Japan, all the way to New Zealand, and we see various elements of it. But I must compliment and some that I've met earlier in the day about how decisively forward they're moving with the agenda of digital transformation. Your point on advice is a hard one to give to a government that is so far ahead in its thinking already, but let me try. One, I'd say we continue to focus on talent, and I spoke about skill even at the start. I do think talent is going to be the key differentiator, and therefore inclusive talent is probably one of the agenda that I would say. So I want to thank some of the partners we have like Telecom and Pertamina, etc. We're working with them to go into what we call coding without barriers, which is to bring women into the technology. There's human capital available, like Tony Blair said earlier today, but we're not being inclusive in our abilities to bring them in. And we're trying to play a role in that. Equally, to the challenge that Pak Tiko gave me earlier in my meeting with him, which is how do we bring some of the best practices from different parts of the world into Indonesia so that the wheel is not recreated. And it'll be our endeavor as Microsoft to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed, and I'm so glad that you mentioned how women are truly the largest untapped resources of talent in the world. And Mr. Stephen Ng, speaking of China's growth and China being the second largest digital ecosystem in the world, when it comes to talent, funding, and the regulations, I'm sure they're all present and are paid attention to. And could you give us specific examples of how some of China's initiatives and efforts in digitalization in the Chinese SOEs, especially those efforts that have impacted their state-owned enterprises in China?
Okay, maybe in the interest of time, I'll share 2 specific examples. First one being the financial services industry. As you know, fintech, has been led mostly by the private enterprises in China in terms of the evolution of the digital economy. But as far as SOEs are concerned, the Chinese banks are definitely putting a lot of effort in the development of the economy. For instance, China's 4 major state-owned banks, ICBC, Agricultural Bank, Bank of China, and China Construction Bank, invested something like $13 billion in fintech just last year. And in the past 2 years, large banks have also adjusted the org structure to achieve the transformation. For example, Bank of China, China Construction Bank established corporate level financial digitization or fintech-related committees, as well as technology departments such as data centers. So maybe one specific example, I'd like to quote the China Merchants Bank. They have actually improved their digital inclusive financial service system through digital means. During the pandemic, where there was a lack of resources amongst local enterprises, China Merchant actually used fintech to solve some of the problems caused by information asymmetry and also processing bottlenecks. It leveraged on its online digital products and services for SMEs to solve the last mile problem of inclusive finance through digital solutions. As of the end of first half of 2022, the loans to the SMEs of China Merchants has actually grown to something like $93 billion. The other example I'd like to share is on the provincial level, how digital economy has helped provinces in China. So in the case of Guangxi region, Guangxi, as you know, is located in the southern part of China, very close to Vietnam. In recent years, Guangxi implemented the central government's strategy of the National Big Data Initiative and accelerated the construction of what they call Digital Guangxi. The growth rate of software and IT services industry has been at the forefront of the region's development for 3 consecutive years. The digital economy has become an important part of the province's economic development, transformation, as well as upgrading. And as part of the strategy, Guangxi's SOE, Guangxi Investment Group, used digital technology to empower traditional industries and took on the leading role in Guangxi's industrial digitization and the broader task of industrial upgrading. The China ASEAN Digital Economy Industrial Park project led by Guangxi Investment Group is now in full swing. The park attracted nearly 60 enterprises as investors. It is expected that by 2025, more than 300 enterprises will settle in the industrial park, driving investments of more than $1.5 billion. In the park, when you take the subway or a bus, all you need to do is to open the Love Guangxi app and scan the code to enter the station. This popular app in Guangxi integrates more than something like 100 types of handheld services in the whole region, including areas in 14 districts and cities. It has more than 14 million registered users today, and in the next upgrade of the app, it will include more than 50 key application services connecting users to even more government services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen Ng. And Minister Kartiko, after years of strong leaderships and great government policies, and of course, the collaboration and the great partnerships between the government and the people and private institutions. Indonesia now stands on the cusp of upper middle income status, and it is impossible to reach without the great collaboration and support from the SOEs, particularly from the Ministry of SOEs. So my question is, how does your ministry provide and utilize digital infrastructure to help the public for better public service delivery? And how do you think the digitalization has impacted the nation in a broader sense, in a broader economy?
Yeah. We have 2 major initiatives here. I think first, as I mentioned earlier, about GovTech. The GovTech, I think Indonesia now is forming a team for GovTech advancement, and we actually using one of our company, Peruri, possibly. It's actually a minting company, but we convert some of them into a digital GovTech company soon. So we are thinking about growing Peruri as one of the key player in the digital GovTech implementation. So this starting from simple things like e-ID, e-payment, e-signature, all those kind of things. And later on, we'll probably go into all kind of government transaction and government services. So this is something that we currently work together with Ministry of Public Services, and hopefully this can be a big initiative moving forward. But besides that, I would like to highlight again the direct role for the enlargement and enabling the MSME. I think MSME in Indonesia currently is around 65 million player, and it actually employed 120 million plus people. So this is really the big chunk of our economy. So the way we approach this MSME is really by approaching them with 2 worlds, the offline and online. I think the post-COVID world teach us that we need to go both offline and online. So currently we use BRI as the platform to become the hybrid bank. So BRI can really serve the customer through the physical infrastructure, which is not only just the branches, but also the agent. So actually we have 560,000 agents. Can you please show the BRI now? So BRI actually have 20,000 plus branches, but we also have 560,000 agents. So this is interesting because we can really enlarge the satellite branches through this agent so that there are more and more people go into the inclusion. Later on, I will talk in the inclusion session, but I can tell you that Indonesia is probably the fastest in terms of inclusion, from 40 to 86% in 5 years. This is actually because we actually push the offline and online approach, in which the frontline in the offline approach is not only just selling product, but they educate and advise the MSME to actually adopt the digital process. So I think this is how we actually push both the government technology and also enabling the MSME to grow larger and with bigger penetration through digitalization offline and online.
And thank you very much, Mr. Kartiko, for mentioning speed, because Ms. Vaishali, we all know that not all digital ecosystem is created the same. And many countries operate differently. Therefore, the speed on how to get to a better digital ecosystem is also created differently as well. So especially in the context of countries with a nascent digital ecosystem, those that are at a slower speed compared to the rest of them, what are the top challenges you think it is to establish or to build a better digital ecosystem?
That's a good question. I'll shift it as more, what is it that we need to do more of? Because I think we're already doing a lot. And so rather than a challenge, I see it as an opportunity. So the first is, I would say, as I said, each of you SOEs control so much of the economy. You all really can play a pretty big role in not just providing services that, that go outside your core business in terms of what elements can you do which are digital and disrupt before someone comes and disrupts you. So that's one bit that I had started out with. The second bit is funding. It's a big challenge. I don't think the government, you look at public sector spend in ICT, it's never going to be, it's a much smaller share than the West. Again, the SOEs and the private sector need to come in there, as well as the partnerships you mentioned with Microsoft, Singtel, others. Partnerships need to come in to create that funding. The third, and I think, Ahmed, you mentioned this, talent. I can't emphasize talent because honestly, you look at the future skills index that we developed for 50 countries in the world. I would say we've made a lot of progress in Indonesia, but there's a lot more to do. You look at all the skills, software, data science, data visualization, cyber, UI, UX, I can go on and on and on. And we really need to, in the short term, find quick ways to get people on board, not like a 5-year degree. You in SOEs can also train your people and reskill and upskill them to create a different pathway. It's not employability for life. And then midterm, you can influence education, curriculum, and so on. And then the last is, you already are doing it, so I don't need to give you the advice, which is, which parts of the government do you want to directly take on and spearhead, which is e-citizen services that create value. And I was actually going to use GovTech and DTA in Australia as an example, but you've already started on that journey, which is fantastic.
And thank you very much, Ms. Vaishali. And of course, Mr. Ahmed, you have a lot to say when it comes to opportunities. And I refuse to see it as a challenge either, because you said so. And Mr. Ahmed, going forward, how do you think businesses should collaborate with public sectors to highlight on these opportunities to build a better digital ecosystem?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Look, I want to firstly congratulate the government in Indonesia for being a big voice for the Global South. And I think the Global South will play a huge role in creating more equitable growth and equitable distribution of many sorts of power in the world. As I go back and reflect on, Pak Eric spoke about the 4 priorities, and I'll pick a couple maybe. Technology will play a huge role in agricultural productivity and agricultural sustainability. Equally, technology will play a huge role in green transformation of the supply chains, which have become so critical for our progress in the future. as Indonesia pivots to becoming a 40% digital economy by 2030, at the core of the economy, with SOEs being front and center for it, these are the two big motions that I think would be really, really important. The third area I think he spoke about was healthcare, which if I were to rephrase and say digital biology, it's probably one of the most unexplored sciences in the world. And with the population size that you have to support, I think healthcare and digital biology would be perhaps one big area of opportunity as well. In closing, I'd say Microsoft is working with many different governments across the world. We share the best of the information available, the best of the IP available with governments to secure them. 3 years ago, or just under 3 years ago, a biological virus brought the world down. Our worry continues to remain that a technology virus could, cause impediments in the world. So I encourage the Indonesian government to think very deeply about cyber and cyber protection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed and Mr. Stephen, Minister Kartiko and Ms. Vaishali. Thank you so much for sharing your insights with us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, as time is up, even though we have so much more to talk about, and ladies and gentlemen, as we see as they've predicted in year 2050, we'll have 9 billion people to feed, to clothe, to transport, to cure, to educate, as well as to employ. And we'll have an unlimited amount of demand, of consumption. And ladies and gentlemen, let us hope that the drive to accelerate the digital economy as well as digital ecosystem will catch up to that stage. And thanks to digital economy, ladies and gentlemen, it sure has been an effective way to help us to reduce unemployment and to improve our connections with one another, as well as increase the quality of life, connectivity, as well as boosting access of knowledge and public services. And on behalf of our dearest organizers, I'd like to once again extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation here today, particularly our dearest speakers. Let's give them the big round of applause. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to return the stage back to our MC.
To all speakers, we would like to invite you to please remain on the stage.
To our speakers, Ms. Vaishali and Mr.
To present token of appreciation to our speakers and moderator. Thank you very much. Yes, please stay up for photo session. Thank you, speakers and moderator. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda, we will hold our third panel discussion. Development for Sustainable Growth. Please welcome our moderator for the third session, Dr. Ali Izadi.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to moderate the third session on energy transition and green growth for sustainable development. I would like to begin by welcoming our four esteemed panelists, starting with Vice Minister of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Pak Pahala Mansuri. Pak Pahala. Our second panelist is Asian Development Bank's Director for Energy Division, Southeast Asia, Mr. Toru Kubo. Kubo-san, please. And we are very lucky to have with us President of Schlumberger Asia, Ms. Amy Chua. And last but not least, Head of Asia Pacific for Energy and Environmental Policy for Amazon Web Services, Mr. Ken Haig. Ken, please. Given the limited amount of time that we have, I would like to kick us off right into the panel discussion. So we're focused on energy transition. And as we have heard throughout the day, as well as if you have a chance to go to the exhibition, you can see that many Indonesian state-owned enterprises have already announced their own net zero goals to support the country's own ambition to achieve net zero by 2060 or earlier. If I may, Pak Pahala, I would like to start with you. Can you please share with us what the Ministry of SOE is doing to support the shared common goals that the SOEs have for decarbonization?
Thank you, Ali, and all of the fellow speakers today, and thank all of the participants for coming to our conference. I think just to respond to your question about, we in the Ministry of SOE are very serious about decarbonization. And we really see this as an opportunity for Indonesia. But we take a very practical approach. As Pa Eric actually mentioned, one of the big focus of us is how the SOEs are going to not only deliver value, making a positive impact on the social of the Indonesia. And I think the third is how are we going to be able to innovate and also change our business model. So we look at the change in decarbonization as an opportunity for Indonesian SOEs, because we see that it is an opportunity for us to quantum leap in terms of really improving our energy security and our energy independence. Of course, in the short term, there will be some speed bumps, like what we are actually seeing right now, the impact of the Russia and Ukraine crisis. But we look at this more of a medium-term trend. And so we have 5 major initiatives. One is how are we going to be able to develop the capacity of new and renewable energy. And it doesn't necessarily mean electricity. It can mean biomass, biofuel, as well as geothermal. These are the 3 of the renewable that we think Indonesia will need to actually build our competitive advantage in building on this renewable energy. Second is actually about the energy transition and how are we going to be able to reduce reliance on our coal-fired power plant. But we need to take a very practical approach. We have an excess of supply of electricity, so we need to take a very practical approach, and we can talk about that later on. The third is about building an EV ecosystem. Because if we are going to be able to reduce our reliance on fuel, that means Indonesia will need to import less. We need to also reduce our subsidy of fuel. And right now, by moving people from ICE to electricity EV, we will be able to save about 1.5 million rupiah per year on the government subsidy. So everybody will win if we are going to be able to develop the EV ecosystem in Indonesia. Fourth is about NBS. Indonesia has about 172 million hectares of forests, and this is actually our strength and our competitive advantage. So we need to actually build on this to develop the carbon offset credit of the future. And I think the fifth is how are we going to be able to develop green industry clusters and the green molecules like green hydrogen or the blue hydrogen. Indonesia has a wealth of gas that we think is underdeveloped, and we need to actually leverage on these green or blue molecules of the future.
Thank you very much, Pak Pahala, for the very comprehensive answer. Those 5 areas are, I think, topics that we would like to explore further during the discussion. If I may, Kubo-san, to come to you, we just heard from Pak Pahala Indonesia's plans. I believe many of your partners and donor countries and consumer countries have already set their own net zero goals. How's the Asian Development Bank trying to help them with their transition?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Pak Pahala, for inviting ADB amongst your many development partners. So I will speak on behalf of the collaboration. The partnership was really emphasized earlier. We're very proud to be supporting the government over the past 2 years on this energy transition mechanism. We started discussing perhaps February, March last year, well before Glasgow. The Indonesian government discussed internally and decided to have ETM as one of the core deliverables under the G20 presidency. And this year we have held multiple focus group discussions with, of course, BUMN, MEMR or ASTM, MOF, and also Kemenko Marvis, and of course with PLN, SMI, INA. So the key sort of partners in the electricity sector, and came up with a consensus. So ADB has been co-hosting those FGDs. What we would like to do is really support a transition that is fully owned by all the people. It's a whole of country approach. We say energy transition, but it cannot be just about energy. We talked about education, for example, because there will be people affected, both on the power generation side, but also on the fuel supply side. And so how do we support over the years to reskill and to repower, because there'll be new industries so that nobody's left behind. So this just transition aspect is absolutely critical. And in fact, the Indonesian government says just and affordable transition. This is a mandate of development partners like ADB. So we are very keen to facilitate this, bring some examples from other countries that may have been sort of valuable to the Indonesian experience, for example, the financing aspects or the auctioning, carbon pricing that the government is looking at, and then support over the next decade to 2 decades. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chua, if I may, I would like to bring you into the discussion. So we just heard about Indonesia's plan as well as ADB's views around energy transition. Schlumberger, of course, supports all the oil and gas majors around the world. Pertamina is one of your good clients. As we see the energy transition accelerate, how do you see the role of oil and gas in the transition?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, Pak Pahala, Salam Sejahtera, and good afternoon, everyone. I think, you know, perhaps I'll start by quoting an analysis that IHS has done. They did some modeling right today. Oil and gas comprise about 56% of the energy mix, 56%, yeah? In the current momentum, by 2050, this is expected to reduce to 45%. In an accelerated scenario, that could be 30% at best. So 30 to 45% of the world energy mix will still have to come from oil and gas. There are a lot of people who don't find this news comforting because, you know, obviously we want to go faster. But, you know, the reality is it's going to remain very relevant, which means 2 things, right? Number one, we need to figure out how to decarbonize. So, Pahala, you were right. You know, decarbonization is going to be huge. It's going to define the era for us in this, actually in this next 2 decades, I believe, right? And then second, I think no one's going to be able to go at it alone. So all these discussions around collaborations, around partnerships, working together, private and public companies, technology, digital, I think it's crucial, right, that we do work together to get there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Haig, if I may, I would like to bring into discussion as well. I think our audience is quite familiar with Amazon, maybe not so much with AWS, and particularly the interest that AWS has around energy transition. If you could please share with us how does AWS fit in these discussions around energy transition?
Thank you. Yes. So for those who aren't familiar, AWS, or Amazon Web Services, is the cloud computing part of the Amazon business. We have many businesses under one umbrella. I sit on the cloud computing side, but our sustainability goals, including our net zero carbon goal as well as our 100% renewable energy goals, these are all Amazon-wide. So I guess I'm here today as a consumer and as an investor in this space, and wanting to congratulate the Indonesian government and the SOE ministry for their leadership on this topic. I think it's a really important one ahead of the G20 and the global stage that you have to push for further innovation on this topic. Just very quickly, where we're coming from on this topic. So Amazon-wide net zero carbon goal was set in 2019 when we co-founded the Climate Pledge, which is a goal to meet the Paris Agreement targets 10 years early. So we have set a goal for ourselves across all of our business operations to get to net zero carbon by 2040. We've also encouraged others to do the same. And so just in the 2 years that I've been with AWS, we've seen over 300 companies from 50 different industries around the world, over 30 countries around the world, set the same goal. And we're all working towards it collaboratively. So that's one thing. I mentioned our 100% renewable energy goal. We, as a consumer of energy, are being asked by our customers to power our cloud with 100% renewable energy. So we're working hard at trying to do so. We set a 2030 goal before I joined. And right after I joined, we announced we're going to up our ambition to 2025. And so we're on track to meet that globally. We're the world's largest consumer of renewable energy with 18.5 gigawatts of renewable power that we've enabled to date. And that last 0.5 was almost entirely in India, where we just announced last month that we, through 3 new solar projects there, have enabled nearly half a gigawatt of power there. So very much trying to use our position as a consumer of energy, but on behalf of our customers to help invest in decarbonizing technologies for the grids in the countries in which we work.
Thank you very much. If I may ask you a follow-up question. So how are you translating those goals into specific initiatives in Asia Pacific specifically? How are you working with the governments in the region to achieve, for example, your 2025 100% renewable goal?
So on the renewable energy front, I think one of the challenges as well as the opportunities has been that there is a lot of room for growth, right, for renewable power on the grids across the region. I think we heard that here in Indonesia, there's a plan, right, to try and accelerate the integration of renewables. You may not know that corporate consumers are one of the largest drivers of investment in new renewable power around the world today. And so it's a real opportunity to think about how can we bring that private sector investment into building these new renewable resources that you're looking for. It's an incredible opportunity, but there are still many policy and regulatory hurdles to us being able to make those investments. I mentioned the India example. That was one where just within this year, the government worked not just with us, but with corporate consumers from across many different industries to try and identify the hurdles to doing a corporate power purchase agreement, for example. And now that we've removed those last hurdles, it's become possible for us to make investments in hundreds of megawatts at a time, kinds of new renewable power projects. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is those remaining barriers to corporate renewable energy investments. But I think it's also an opportunity, because once you've cleared those, we can start to scale those investments in a really impactful way.
Thank you. Kubo-san, if I may bring you a similar question. So what are some of the specific financial instruments the ADB is looking at utilizing to accelerate the transition? For example, here in Indonesia, we've heard a lot about the energy transition mechanism. If you can share with us a little bit more details on that, that would be very helpful.
Sure, yeah, let me start from that. So the ETM, I would like to say it's a brilliant idea, and I can say that because it's not our idea. It was actually discussed and published under the World Economic Forum more than 2.5 years ago. The main author was a man named Donald Koenig of the Prudential Group. The idea is very simple. Can you actually harness the power of financial engineering? It's a cost differential of the money because you have these long-term assets that will generate return. In Indonesia, you have a 30-year initial power purchase agreement. But for private investors, the money in 20 years doesn't mean much compared to money now. So can you bring in cheap blended finance, looking at this pool of potential climate and carbon financing, and then create enough delta and provide that to the current sponsors and lenders of coal and also diesel power plants that Indonesia is looking at? Then you can actually reduce the operation of the plant without shaving any net present value. So the sponsor gets the money expected, the lender gets the money expected, but you can still reduce significant volume of greenhouse gases. So that's one mechanism that we're really looking at here. Of course, carbon finance has been very effective in parts of the world like Europe. You need to have that carbon price signal. The one that's emerging is what was briefly mentioned earlier, is the carbon border adjustment. This is very tricky, sensitive, but companies, global companies especially, they now need to have access to affordable renewable energy to be able to compete. That's more of a regulatory mechanism, not a financial mechanism. Finally, initially on the clean energy side, feed-in tariff, of course, was very effective, but now a lot of renewable energy technologies have reached grid parity. So reverse auctioning has been really popular. I think many of the folks in the audience know this, but globally, it's been sub 2 cents per kilowatt hour now. Even in Southeast Asia, we supported a transaction as a transaction advisor mandate, and in Cambodia, we were able to achieve 2.54 cents per kilowatt hour for relatively small grid-connected solar plants. So there are many, many opportunities through these financial mechanisms.
Thank you very much. Pak Pahala, Kubo-san already mentioned the ETM for Indonesia. Are you looking at other mechanisms to help the SOEs accelerate decarbonization? So the ETM, of course, is very much focused around PLN's coal assets. Are there other areas that you're looking at these days?
Well, I guess just to follow up a little bit on what was discussed about ETM, one of the things that we are looking at within ETM is the possibility to actually do it within the SOE ecosystem. So there are companies that we have within the SOE ecosystem that will still probably going to focus on this hydrocarbon electricity, power generation, and they are very keen in terms of participating to become the new owner of this power generating capacity. But I think one of the things that is the question is that who will then going to be able to finance it? And I think one of the key things when we are trying to get the financing, to get the right kind of blended financing, as was mentioned by Toru just now, is about the definition of the green financing itself. Because most of the financial institutions, when they are going to be asked whether this is actually going to be considered as part of the green financing, because they are now under the provisioning that, oh, if it's actually financing new coal capacity, I'm not going to be able to do that. So I think one of the things that we'll need to actually be considered right now is to be able to consider ETM one way or the other as part of the green financing. Because in reality, what it is actually going to be able to do, let's say, for example, the considered transaction that we are right now contemplating, it can possibly reduce emission of CO2 by about 7 million tons per year. So being able to reduce it by about 10 years, even though it's only going to happen maybe about 15 years from now, it will reduce, if it's actually reduced by about 10 years, we will be able to reduce emissions by about 70 million tons. And it's huge to be able to do that. I think the other thing that we are going to try to do, I think we are talking about just now biomass and biofuel, for example. As an example of how are we going to be able to reduce the usage of hydrocarbon. Let's take, for example, why is it now that since 2018, Indonesia is no longer importing gas oil anymore? Because we've already introduced B20 at the time, and right now we are actually at B30. By doing that, we are already going to be able to reduce the usage of hydrocarbon fuel by about 30% already. And I think that is another thing that we are trying to do that actually happens already within the gas oil. We are going to try to do it also in the ethanol to be used as the replacement of gasoline. Similarly, also, we can try to see co-firing. So green and blue ammonia or green and blue hydrogens are the opportunity that we are actually considering. Of course, the current studies still states that because of the cost of the green electricity, green ammonia and green hydrogen probably is not possible to actually be implemented yet. But I think we are still going to be able to use that for blue hydrogen or blue ammonia as a mechanism to do a co-firing. Similarly, also biomass. If we are going to be able to replace some of the coal that is currently being used by our power generation with biomass, and Indonesia has a wealth of biomass like rice husk, the empty kernel from palm, or any of the other waste that we have, that will actually have a significant reduction in terms of the emission without actually doing some of the things that we are actually now debating about the ETM itself. And at the same time, we are going to be able to really build on the wealth of the biodiversity of Indonesia.
Thank you very much. Ms. Chua, we just heard from Pak Pahala as well as Kubo-san some financial instruments as well as technologies that can help accelerate the decarbonization, particularly in the context of Indonesia. Can you please share with us how Schlumberger is helping its oil and gas customers with decarbonization? What are the particular areas you're looking at?
So we approach decarbonization in simplistically put 3 ways. I think our framework around decarbonization is around number 1, we've got to reduce our own emissions. So 2 years ago, we were the first oilfield services company in the world to have committed to a science-based target, net zero by 2050, right? So I think that's number 1. Number 2, we got to help our clients in their reduction of emissions, yeah? And then thirdly, I think there's no escaping it. We are also embarking on investing in new energy. So I think this upcoming portfolio will eventually be very much part of our energy transitions, right? So this innovative technology we deploy in our customers' organization, and you know, the goals are quite simply to ensure that there is this you know, maximization of efficiencies, and we've actually been able to deliver efficiencies unseen before. For Pertamina, you know, in Indonesia, I think we've been able to articulate that, just unlocked by digital, right? I think maximizing reserves is a priority for Indonesia, for your energy security. I think optimizing production is another one, because you've got 200,000 wells that is producing. And you know, just essentially making sure that every asset is optimized, right? I actually want to give credit to the country, because you know, we have a low carbon impact solution in the construction of a well. We actually use a lot of cement, and we have a new product where it is CO2 resistant, and the world's first deep water well, Pak Pahala, in Indonesia was where we trialed this technology. So I think kudos to the team for embracing that technology, right? Because this particular solution, we call it Evercrete, was able to reduce 63% of the emissions, right? In the typical well, it's like 80 to 100 metric tons of cement that's used. So 63% reduction, I think it's material, right? And Indonesia drills about at least 300-400 wells a year. So make that math, we could impact emission reduction quite significantly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Kubo-san, if I may, I want to bring you into the same topic around technology, new areas. So we just heard from Ms. Chua some really interesting, innovative ideas around digitalization as well as new types of cement. How's the ADB looking at newer areas beyond just renewables, and to some extent, I guess, EVs, which are somewhat mature? For example, around hydrogen, what are initiatives that the bank is considering?
Definitely hydrogen and ammonia. As Pahala said, green and blue, both hydrogen and ammonia, but that is not commercially viable at the moment. It's more of a mid to long-term option. I think it's very important to look at this and invest and be ready and work through partnerships, as mentioned in the previous sessions, because a lot of countries are working on that, but Indonesia has an advantage because of the existing gas distribution infrastructure, and also, of course, ammonia can be used more directly in the coal plants. So to be positioned well for that. However, one of the things that is critically missing for ammonia and hydrogen is an international certification regime for the captured carbon that is stored, because one cannot really tell if it's blue ammonia that's coming in that is truly zero GHG or near zero GHG. So this work on the international regime is absolutely important so that we are contributing to a significant sort of disruption in terms of GHG emission that Amy just mentioned. I know you talked about technology, but just in that same vein of international efforts, the taxonomy issue is absolutely key that Pahala mentioned, because right now it's not being seen as green investments, but can it be seen as transition investments? And there needs to be a pricing difference for that, for the country to benefit. Electric mobility, definitely one major area. But I don't think we should forget about demand side, energy efficiency. There's so much untapped potential in Indonesia. And in the power sector, especially for peak shaving, it's a no-brainer because peak power is so expensive, both for power generation, but also for grid services. So many countries have focused on peak shaving and auto demand response. This is one area that is a low-hanging fruit.
Thank you very much, Kubo-san. Ken, if I may bring you in, I would imagine you may have similar thoughts to Kubo-san around energy efficiency, but what are your thoughts around both on the technology side, but also the regulatory challenges that Kubo-san mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's great to hear energy efficiency mentioned more than once. It's the unsung hero, I think, in this story. There's a lot of opportunity, a lot of low-hanging fruit there, and some that doesn't take terribly sophisticated technology to address. But so I can speak a little bit to how we're maximizing energy efficiency in our own operations. We did work very hard. I think the data center industry and cloud service providers as a whole have really tried to push the envelope on maximizing energy efficiency. In fact, what we heard in a report from 451 Research last year is that for the average enterprise or public sector organization in Asia-Pacific region today, including Indonesia, there's a nearly 5 times increase in energy efficiency from moving your IT workloads from on-premises data centers into the cloud. And that's because of the investments that we've made on maximizing our energy efficiency. We do it in everything from the chips that we have built specifically for AWS, all the way into the way that we build our racks and servers, and then the facilities themselves. It's just we've maximized efficiency where we can, and we're constantly working on this. So I very much encourage further looks at energy efficiency, thinking about taking advantage of the energy efficiency increases that have already been achieved in cloud computing. But beyond that, I think to the point about technology and digitalization that was brought up in the last panel, the IEA did a report last year where they were looking at investments in things like renewable energy, in energy efficiency by the world's largest tech companies. What they found was, while that's significant, there's exponentially greater decarbonization value if we're able to use cloud technologies. Think about tools like AI, machine learning, IoT, cloud or edge computing, All of these things are things that could drive deep decarbonization from energy to transportation to construction, manufacturing. And there's a lot of low-hanging fruit there that we think really could be addressed. So there's actually a paper that was out this last week. I was at the Cloud Expo in Singapore, and the Asia Cloud Computing Association put out a paper talking about 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And there are cloud cases for how cloud technologies are being used to address all 17 of those today. Right? So not a question of when and how do we do this, but there are use cases that we can look to today as to how to use cloud technologies, for example, to drive some of these energy efficiency and other initiatives. So,
thank you very much. If I may, we're quickly running out of time. So we've talked about all the opportunities that the energy transition provides us, as well as some of the technology, policy, and financial mechanism that can help us accelerate that. So I want to look at the flip side of it and the risks. Pak Pahala, if we're not able to accelerate the transition, what do you think are the risks to the SOEs?
Well, I think nothing can, we cannot actually afford to be able to fulfill the NDC, right? Because Indonesia has already established that we are actually going to be able to get to net zero by 2060, and we will actually reduce emission by about 32% by about 2030. So I think it is actually out there. It's a matter of us of how are we going to be able to develop a portfolio of initiatives, whether it is actually for each of the individual SOEs, or we as an ecosystem of SOEs, or we SOE working with others to try to actually be able to help us to achieve the NDC, whether it is actually reducing it by about 32% or whatever. And it depends on what are whether it is actually scope 1, scope 2, or scope 3 that we are actually trying to achieve based on the NDC that we have now. That is why within the Ministry of SOE, since last year, number one, we are already establishing that each year we should have a KPI. At least it is actually out there what is exactly going to be the target of reduction in emission. We don't have sectoral NDC yet at this point, but we need to start somewhere. Number two, the second thing that we need to do, what are you going to do? What are the initiatives? Whether it is actually, number one, to be able to reduce the end-to-end emission, or to be able to build even new business opportunities. So they will need to actually look at it both ways, particularly for those that are actually emission producing companies. So companies like PLN, Pertamina, Mine ID, Pupuk Indonesia, they have, and Cement Indonesia, the 5 companies within the SOE portfolio that we consider as the larger emission producing companies. And then there are other companies like Perhutani, PTPN, for example, and BKI, Biro Klasifikasi Indonesia. So in the case of PTPN, for example, because we intend to develop biofuel, therefore, because they are the largest producer of CPO as well as potentially ethanol in the future, they will become the supplier of the feed for ethanol for Pertamina, for example. Or in the case of Pupuk Indonesia, for example, they should not only look this as an opportunity to actually reduce emission, but also an opportunity for them to produce green ammonia and blue ammonia as well. So Pupuk Indonesia, in the future, they can not only become fertilizer company, but they can also develop adjacent chemical company and energy company even. So they will need to start to prepare for this opportunity to come. So they should not only look at this as a threat, but they should also look at it as an opportunity to develop new businesses. Similarly, also with Pertamina, for example, they should try to also see an opportunity to convert, for example, their existing refinery, their existing gas station, to be used in the new economy. What would those refinery and those gas stations going to be? The function. So in the case of the refinery, they are trying to slowly shift from the existing refinery of the hydrocarbon into biorefinery producing HVO, for example. Or in the case of gas station, they are already trying to actually use it for the battery swapping station of the future.
Thank you very much, Pak Pahala. Ms. Choi, if I may bring you on the same topic. So we just heard from Pak Pahala around some of the risk management opportunities for the SOEs. As you deal with your customers in the oil and gas industry, what's your view around investments that they could do around green energy transition? Is this more dependent on the policies and regulations in that market, or are there other ways that you think they could accelerate investment without policy support?
I think policies definitely play a big role. I think we've seen that in Europe, right? It was 2005 when the EU Commission created this ETS system, right? The emission trading system. And fast forward 15, 17 years later, you see their emissions really reduced by close to 43% now. I think they were tracking at 42.8%, which I thought is quite phenomenal, right? Now, can we get to where we need to be without the policies? I think it will just take longer. I think in the meantime, you know, we are, the collaborations and the partnerships, I think, is important because, as I said earlier, no single entity can go at it alone, right? And we're used to doing that. So we've got numerous partnerships and collaborations around the world now. So actually, we have a long history of working with SOEs. A recent one I really would like to share with the audience here is a collaboration with Saudi Aramco. You know, you talk about SOE as none bigger than Aramco, right? So they've been chartered by the Saudi government to kind of lead the path. And the collaboration is around the development of a digital sustainability platform, right? To collect, measure, report, more importantly, to define pathways to net zero. And I think what's even more exciting, that it is actually, the solution is for industries that is beyond oil and gas. So I think for the first time, you know, even though the both companies are primarily in oil and gas, but we are taking the charge to define, you know, a pathway for hard-to-abate industries like cement, steel, utilities. And I think that's hugely exciting. I think closer to home with Petronas earlier in the year, we entered into a memorandum of understanding to collaborate on the creation of a center of excellence for carbon capture and storage, right? And part of this collaboration, of course, it has technology around CO2, carbon dioxide separation. It also has competency development, I think, in countries in Asia. This is a huge deal. I think it's a responsibility not just for the SOEs, but for companies like Schlumberger, right, where we have the ability to contribute there, we must do so, right? And then, of course, you spoke about end-to-end emissions management. So that's a pretty exciting center of excellence. And finally, closer to home in Indonesia, I must share that it was, 2 months ago, we inaugurated our very first AI Academy. The first in the world was in Indonesia for us, right, with the University Pertamina and University Institute of Bandung, ITB, right? So the first batch will graduate. The uptake was fantastic. I think it was fully subscribed within the first few days of the course opening, right? So I think collaboration, partnerships is crucial. Policy would help a lot as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. On that note of policy helps a lot. Ken, if I may bring you in, you at the beginning mentioned the success you've had recently around your clean power procurement in India. When we look across Asia Pacific today, some countries it's easier to procure power, some countries it's more challenging. What do you think are the risks for those that are lagging in enabling clean power procurement for corporations?
Well, I think the risks that I can think of is investment, right, is that you're losing the opportunity to reap that investment from the private sector. And I will say it's not just for ourselves. So as Amazon, we're thinking about our own energy use towards our Scope 2 emissions, but we also have a large Scope 3 footprint, right, that we need to address. And so all of our suppliers also need to be brought into this effort, and they need access to clean energy as well. So this is something that if you think about, it's not just the Amazons of the world, but pretty much many others, right, who are under the same pressures from their customers to get to net zero carbon throughout their value chain. I think there's a huge amount of investment that you're bypassing or missing if you're not able to meet that demand. That said, I will just give a quick highlight to public-private partnership opportunities as well. We certainly want to be a partner in developing new renewable capacity, but some of the other technologies that were mentioned here today. So green hydrogen, for example, we're not just an off-taker. I don't know if you've heard, but Amazon has signed up to be an off-taker of tens of thousands of tons of green hydrogen with Plug Power. This is our first off-take agreement. But we're trying to put an investment towards that not yet commercially viable technology to make it commercially viable. We're doing a similar thing with our venture capital fund. So we have the Climate Pledge Fund, which is a $2 billion fund investing in next generation technologies, early stage technologies. And two of the first recipients of that were electrolyzer companies that are starting to work on this green hydrogen problem, right, from the electrolyzer side. So I think there's a lot more that we can do, both as consumers and investors across the region. I know that our former CEO's philanthropic organization, the Bezos Earth Fund, has also been in discussion around how can we bring blended finance to early decommissioning of coal generation, for example. I think there's a lot of opportunities for thinking about how the private sector, philanthropic organizations, and consumers can work with governments across the region to try and address some of these common challenges.
Kubo-san, if I may bring you in on this question of risk, particularly in the context of investment, how's ADB looking at its long-term capital deployment? Maybe to put it in context for our audience, today the global average of investment for every dollar in fossil fuel supply, it's only 97 cents in low carbon. Now that number by country widely varies. Some places are doing a little bit higher, some places lower. If you look at scenario analysis, including what we have done at BNEF, IEA, or NGFS, or others, consistently all the scenarios are saying that that number needs to be somewhere around 7 by the end of this decade. It's a 7-to-1 ratio. How does that translate to when you look at ADB's capital deployment?
Right, very challenging.
I know it's a very, very easy question for the end.
Question, yes. I think we already mentioned about pricing. So we have to price carbon to really shift that dynamic. It is happening in many places, and just stepping back a little bit, Indonesia is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change impacts. It is very much an archipelagic country. Many people live on the coast, and they are threatened by sea level rise and storms. And 1/4 of all human-caused CO2 emissions comes from existing coal-fired power plants. So if we're not going to do anything about that, if we're not going to price the impact for the damages to be caused for today's generation, but for future generation, we're not going to get it to move in terms of that ratio. But there are many, many different sort of policy barriers that the government actually already knows about. Pak Pahala is already on top with the team that Minister Thohir mentioned, and we are very keen to support that. So ADB, together with the World Bank, KfW, Agence France, JBIC, JICA, for example, these development partners collaborate, so we support the government as a whole, as a group. And I'm really glad that Ken mentioned about the philanthropies, because we are indeed working with the Bezos Earth Foundation and GIAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, many philanthropies together so that we can support the government's plans to shift not just a narrative, but also that investment picture. But last point is what Pahala said. It's really important to take that measured approach that's fit for each environment. Java has oversupply, so we have to address that first, and it's totally different in Sulawesi or Sumatra or Kalimantan. So each country has different. We have to look at it, study, and come up with a tailored design that can be fully owned. And we'll support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pak Pahala, you get the last word. We just heard from risks and opportunities. Any comments you would like
Yeah,
to
I
share
think
with
the last bit that we have not actually discussed a lot is about the collaboration amongst the countries and amongst the institution. I think a lot of the things that we discuss about, whether it is actually capital, technology, the discipline to actually be able to do it, and I think the collaboration is really the key for us to actually move forward, whether we want to actually develop new kinds of technology. I think we talked in length about the fact that the future is probably going to be green hydrogen or green ammonia, but development of technology obviously will require us to be able to work with a more developed companies, more developed countries, and so collaboration is really key. And it's not only for us to collaborate, but we really hope that the developed economies, the developed countries, the developed institutions will also be able to actually share the technology. Because sometimes people are actually saying, oh yeah, we will share the technologies, but when the rubber hits the road, they may not necessarily the case. The second is actually capital, money. You know, at the end of the day, we need the money to be able to do the energy transition, including the ETM financing.
Thank you very much. On that positive note, I would like to congratulate you again on hosting this event. I'm sure this will accelerate collaboration and bring in the money. Thank you.
We would like to invite all speakers and moderator to remain on stage for the presentation of token of appreciation. We would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Pahala and Mansuri to present the token of appreciation to the speakers and moderator for this panel discussion. Thank you very much. Please pose for a photo session. Thank you, speakers and moderator. You may return to your seats. Please give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth panel discussion will talk about the role of SOEs in broadening financial inclusion, and I will be your moderator for this session. From the previous panel discussion, we learned that the pandemic has created an unexpected impact that changed the consumers and business work. Digital adoption has accelerated in all sectors, including financial sector. Now, before we start our panel discussion, I would like to check the current situation with our participants here today in this room. So I would like to ask you a question. How many of you have already installed mobile banking apps or other digital financial services apps on your mobile phone? Please raise your hand. Wow, I see 1,000 of you already installed. Good. Just kidding. So I see many hands already up. That's good. That's a good news. Now, my next question is, how many of you feel that you have significantly increased the usage of your mobile banking apps or other digital financial service apps during the pandemic, especially to do online shopping or for free food delivery? Please raise your hands again. I see more hands and more smiles. So everybody's being honest. That's very great. Thank you very much. You can put your hands down now. This is good news because that means the survey that has been done in 2020 is true, because it is very easy to access financial services digitally these days, correct? So in 2020, the National Socioeconomic Survey showed that around 40.3% of the population aged 15 years old or more reported to have an account at any financial institutions. Furthermore, 7 out of 10 people in Indonesia have used any formal financial product and services. However, the survey also means that around 60% of the population in Indonesia are not included yet in the digital financial services and products. And therefore, the government has prepared a financial inclusion program for the year 2021 to 2024 to achieve Indonesia's financial inclusion target of 90% by the year 2024. So this needs a lot of support, of course, and also good strategies. In the following discussion, we will focus on these issues: social and commercial aspects of financial inclusion globally and Indonesia, successful cases and lessons learned of SOEs extending financial access to the unbanked population, and finally, sharing Indonesia's success stories in financial inclusion. So without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers to come to the stage. The first is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Kartika Wirjoatmojo. And then adjunct lecturer in public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School, Professor J.K. Rosengart. Director of the Latin American Initiative and a Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Development, Ms. Liliana Rojas Suarez. And finally, Chief Executive Officer of Finestra, Mr. Simon Paris. Thank you, speakers, for joining us today. So my first question, of course, to Pak Tiko. What are the key roles of SOEs in extending financial access, especially to the unbanked population in Indonesia?
Okay. So let me just give a bit of a background that Indonesia has been pushing for inclusion in the past 10 years. If you look into the cycle, there is a slide that say that we already started the effort since the 90s. But it get really strong traction since the 2010-2015 revolution. At the time, government introduced 2 instruments. First is the agent banking. So initially, it was not deemed as a breakthrough, but later on, I will show you how the impact of the agent banking. And the second is the KUR. KUR is the subsidized credit for micro, which include credit insurance for the default. So those 2 initiatives has created a spearhead on actually including so many people in the system. So currently, the growth since 2015 were from 50% to 84% inclusion level. So let me just give you a context on how we actually address that. BRI is really in the forefront of this revolution because we are the largest KUR provider and also the largest owner of the agent banking. But together, Himbara actually, the 4 state-owned banks comprises of around 900,000 agents. So this create access to people in the remote area, in rural area, even in the remote island, to have banking services without having to go to branch. I think this is, one of the most genius, innovation, where we actually give people on the street, like in the warung or shop that they have tools to actually become a satellite bank. I think that's the key, how we can actually increase the inclusion from 50 to 84%.
Okay, thank you so much for explaining to us about that. Now I'm going to move to Professor Rosengard. Now, after we hear the improvement of Indonesia's digital financial inclusion, can you share the evolution of financial inclusion programs in general and some success stories in Indonesia?
It's interesting. Financial inclusion is not new to Indonesia. It goes back more than 100 years, in fact. And I'd like to broaden the discussion from state-owned enterprises to government-owned enterprises, because a lot of the initial innovation came at the subnational level, provincial, district, sub-district, and the village level, and the idea is bringing financial services close to the people you're trying to serve. And so it began actually more than 100 years ago in 1896 with the establishment of the first village bank in Indonesia. They called BKD, or Bedangka de Desa, and it was in the area of Banyumas, Indonesians will know, in central Java. And these village banks are owned and operated by the village to provide savings and credit services to village members. And they were competing with moneylenders, or what Indonesians call rentenir, and something called ijon, which is when people would buy the rice before it's harvested at a very low price, and when the farmers are very vulnerable. And this eventually grew to thousands of these village banks throughout Java and Indonesia. This is well before anybody ever used the term financial inclusion. And we also have some very innovative provincial level institutions. One example is from Central Java called BKK, Bedangka Kecamatan. And again, these are at the sub-district level, operating through village posts with the technical assistance and supervision of regional development banks. And again, as a government enterprise, they are co-owned by the province and the districts. And this again spread to every single sub-district in Central Java. And then eventually, with new banking laws, they were converted to community banks, or BPR, in Indonesia. And then we come to the first big national initiative, a state-owned enterprise, BOMN, with BRI, and this was during the Green Revolution. And the idea in the 1970s was to try to bring new technology to Indonesia and try to make Indonesia self-sufficient in rice production. And the idea was that there were new fertilizer-responsive seeds, and with fertilizer and pesticides, you can greatly increase the productivity of the farmers, have multiple harvests in 1 year. But to do this, you needed to finance the inputs. So Bank Rakyat Indonesia, you'll hear more about them later, was chosen to administer a program called BIMAS, Mass Guidance, Bimbingan Massal, to try to finance the inputs for the farmers, and also a cost of living allowance to help manage this transition. And by the mid-1980s, it was a phenomenal success in bringing the Green Revolution to Indonesia. Think about it. Indonesia, in one generation, in 20 years, went from the world's largest importer of rice to a net exporter. And this, again, created the embryo for probably the world's largest, most successful microbanking program in the world, also done by BRI, which I'll talk about later. But what it did was it set up the infrastructure. You had thousands of these, what they called unit desa, village units, around the country. You had a staff of over 14,000 people who became quite skilled in managing individual accounts for savings. They administered the National Savings Program, Tabanas. They had BIMAS, the credit program, agricultural credit, and they also started off-farm credit. Now, those of you who might remember the era of the mini skirts and the midi skirts, so they had credit mini, very small, off-farm loans, credit midi, slightly larger. And so you've got basically the infrastructure, the experience, and what was needed eventually was to commercialize it. So new products with new pricing but you had the presence everywhere in Indonesia, and you had the staff that could manage a commercially sustainable microbanking program in the future. And like I said, later we'll talk about that.
Okay, thank you for explaining to us about that. So we've heard from you, of course. So that means Indonesia has developed its digital financial inclusion since maybe 100 years ago, starting from that's the seeds, until now, right? So it takes a long time, yeah? And then now I'm going to ask Ms. Liliana Rojas Suarez then, from your point of view, what are the most important lessons from countries that have successfully improved financial inclusion?
Yes, it's clear that around the world there are initiatives trying to promote inclusion. The results, however, are quite mixed, right? I mean, some have been quite successful and some others have not. Now, if I have to derive conclusions or lessons, I would say that there are 5 characteristics that most of the countries that are successful share. The first one, and perhaps a central lesson, is that digitalization brings the largest gains quicker and sustainably. It really doesn't matter what model the authorities use. It could be a bank-led model, where it's the banking system that is actually promoting through access to ownership of accounts, or it could be that in some countries in Africa, a telecom-led approach where the mobile network providers are the ones that actually move the needle. It doesn't matter, but they all rely on a strong expansion of digitalization. Second lesson is payments is certainly a getaway for the provision of more financial services. Countries that have been successful in extending the use of payment services have made a lot of strides in getting also access to credit, insurance, and other more sophisticated products. Third, and this is very important, affordability in accessing digital infrastructure, like internet, cell phones. You know, the infrastructure could be there, could be available, but if it's not affordable, it's not going to be used. And a simple way to estimate it is take the population in remote areas or the ones that you want to reach and estimate what is the cost of access relative to their income. If it's too high, you're going to have a problem with actually using digitalization. Fourth, this is very interesting because it's not really within the area of financial inclusion, but it's macroeconomic stability. I mean, there are so many countries that have everything, all the ingredients in the program, but their macro-financial system is so unstable that really people are not willing to move into the formal financial system because they are concerned about issues like inflation, about taxes that can actually render it not attractive for them. And finally, and this is very important, and is the quality of the regulatory framework. Without a good regulatory framework, what do I mean by that? One that promotes competition. And a second condition of a good regulatory framework is one that regulates according to risks. For example, if you have an entity that is providing only payment services, you cannot impose on that entity the same kind of regulatory burden that you actually are imposing on an institution that leverage, that give credit. So the higher the sophistication of the combination of products that the company offers, the more sophisticated and burdensome should be the regulation. Okay? So I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's interesting. So now we know the 5 lessons to make financial inclusion successful in the future. So I'm going to move to Mr. Simon Paris then. We already know that most of the unbanked population is the MSMEs, and digitalization, just like Ms. Liliana said, is number 1 lesson that needs to be done if you want to improve these unbanked populations. How do you think Finestra, as financial institution, can increase the cross-border trading of the MSMEs using the digitalization, of course?
So firstly, allow me to say congratulations for hosting this event and for hosting the G20, and thank you for including us as well. So to your question, financial inclusion and the role of SMEs, micro SMEs, if you heard Minister Eric this morning, I think he said 65 million SMEs or micro SMEs in Indonesia, representing 65% of the growth of the country going forward. So it is a critical thing for us to focus on. Now, I think the infrastructure, the regulation, the financial inclusion historically is there to build upon. The single biggest challenge to address is what's referred to as the trade financing gap, which means those people who need trade finance, the SMEs, the micro SMEs, it's hard for the banking system to reach them. People estimate that the trade financing gap today is about $1.7 trillion. Now, if we can use technology to reach those micro businesses, those micro SMEs, and provide them with the trade financing, then that will unleash the potential of the entrepreneurs that exist right here in Indonesia. The question then is how, and the role of the state or the role of Finastra or other participants. As the Vice Minister said, you already provide the KYU, so you already have the regulatory environment to provide the certainty that you're transacting with a certain person. If the government goes on, or the state enterprises go on to then say we'll reassure or assure or guarantee those invoices, then banks can lend against them. And then through alternative technologies like marketplaces, we can reach all of those people and provide the alternative financing that they need. So to answer your question, I've partnered with the, Finastra has partnered with the International Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the chairman of the World Trade Board. So John Denton, who's the Secretary General of the ICC, he and I have partnered to launch the ICC TradeCom to provide this capability. We've just launched in Ecuador, and it would be our honor to launch together with you all in Indonesia.
Thank you very much for answering that question. So I'm going back to Pak Tiko then. Many speakers today think that Indonesia is one of the few countries that have made impressive progress in financial inclusion. From all those lessons, how big is the SOE contribution in opening the financial access to all?
Yeah. So I think we need to differentiate between inclusion and then access to finance and literacy. I think those are actually three different things. In terms of inclusion, as I mentioned earlier, I think the proliferation of branches and agents has been able to push the inclusion to 83-84%. I think we are very confident next 1-2 years with digitalization, we can achieve 90% plus even. But that doesn't mean that access to finance is actually improving well. So on the access to finance, we realized that in Indonesia, there are a lot of not only micro, but ultra micro entities. The ultra micro entities in Indonesia, there are around 45 million, and 30 million of them has not been able to access formal finance. They have accounts or they have other financial payment model, but they cannot access formal finance yet. The reason being, a lot of them actually is still unbankable and unfeasible. So we can categorize the people at ultra micro as unbankable and feasible. And there is people who are already unfeasible but bankable because they have collateral. And there are people who are they are feasible but unbankable because they don't have collateral, and then people who already graduated. So now we are looking into this graduation as a process that we are actually pushing the people to actually graduate from one stage to another stage for them so that they are becoming eligible to a more commercial type of loan. So on the left-hand part, which is the unfeasible and bankable, this is really a first-time entrepreneur. So right now we have a program called Mekar. It's under one of the subsidiary. It's called basically empowerment for women in rural area. So there are already 12 million plus women that we empower through this Mekar program. They receive a loan of around $150 to $200. And the amount of the empowerment and education, including literacy, is massive. It's almost like weekly meeting, educating them how to actually creating a cash flow model, how to buy their material and so forth. So this is really enhancing their core ability to become a successful businesswoman. So that's actually the first phase. And the second phase is really starting to integrate and upgrade with other services. This is where actually people start to be able to address their bigger needs through what we call KUR, Kredit Usaha Rakyat. Kredit Usaha Rakyat is actually a combination between subsidized loan. So the rate is actually non-commercial, 6%, but government provide another 6% subsidy. So the bank who run this like BRI or Mandiri or BNI receive 12%, but people actually pay only 6%. And there is also a credit insurance. So if it become NPL, then 75% will be borne by the insurance that is paid by the government. So this has been pushed for the past decades, and it has reached around 20-30 million people. So this is actually why in Indonesia right now the amount of the new entrepreneur is massive. So 65 million of our new micro entrepreneur actually is probably half of them is the graduates of this KUR program. So now how we want to address the unbanked. So we actually just recently integrate our 3 entities. So BRI is a bank, and then we inject 2 other entities, which is PNM, the empowerment model, and Pegadaian. It's interesting that Indonesia is still very massive in terms of pawn. So people still use pawn as one of the model. People usually bring their gold or whatever things that they could pledge in pawn, and they get access to cheap and fast money. So we integrate these 3, and now we just innovate with one model, what we call as ultra micro integrated services. We call it Senyum in Indonesia, sentra layanan ultra micro, in which in that premise, people can access different type of loans. So if you are still in the early stage, then you go with the empowerment model. If you have already collateral, then you can do a pawn. But if you already have both, then you can receive KUR. So this is something that we are pushing, and we are hoping to embark another 15 million to the system in the next 3-4 years. This is done through this ecosystem, ultra micro ecosystem.
Okay, so that means the strategy has proven to be successful until now. And then after we know this, I'm going to move to Professor Rosengard. You have done extensive research in Indonesia regarding the role of bank in financial inclusion. From all those government programs that have been explained by Patiko, which programs you think are workable and effective?
Well, if I may, building on the wonderful overview from Patiko, national perspective, the roadmap to financial inclusion, I'd like to give a very encouraging example from a state-owned enterprise, and we're going back to Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Indonesia People's Bank. And to continue the narrative, as I said, they were instrumental in making the Green Revolution a success. But because of that, the program was no longer necessary, and you had this great infrastructure that the Ministry of Finance was unable to subsidize anymore. So in the mid-'80s, they commercialized it, completely re-engineered it. Flash forward to today, and you have the world's biggest, most successful, profitable microbanking system in the world. And everybody's heard of Grameen Bank, but those of you not from Indonesia, ever hear of BRI and microbanking? Not a hand, right? So it's a great untold story. So if you look at it today, now BRI is a full-service commercial bank under the Financial Services Authority, despite being also majority owned by the government. So they have to make a profit. They have to be financially viable. The Ministry of Finance wants them to pay dividends, wants them to pay taxes. But if they're owned by the government, majority owned, they also have to have a development impact, some social impact above being profitable. And if you look today, BRI is the country's largest bank. Its assets are more than 100 billion US dollars. But they also have the most extensive retail distribution network in the country. They have more than 1,000 branches, sub-branches. I mentioned these units. They were village units. Now they're just called units because they're also in the cities. And you have more than 5,000 of these units. And then they have something below a unit, so you have the branch, the units. Then they have something called unit teras. It's like a terrace. So you're terracing your interventions, getting closer and closer to the people. And they have more than 2,000 of these, what they call unit teras. And they're in marketplaces. They have mobile versions. And they actually, it's the only country I know that has 4 boats that go from island to island in outer Indonesia, providing formal financial services. And then you say, well, this is good. They also have been very innovative with the use of technology, but not to substitute for knowing the community and good community banking. So the innovation has partly been something they call Relink agents. So rather than set up a lot of new offices that it's very expensive, they take their best borrowers who help identify new, very small borrowers. There are over 500,000 of these around the country now, which allows BRI to go much more down market than previously in a financially viable way. Also, they made use of fintech technology accelerated by COVID. So you think about the rural markets, and people couldn't go to the market. So how do you connect buyers and sellers using the technology? They now have multiple phone apps, computer-based apps, and because of Indonesia's good satellite-based infrastructure, Wi-Fi works everywhere, your phone works, electronic payment points work. So combining technology and people, they've been able to extend coverage. And then you look back at BRI, big bank. How important is microbanking to their business model? So just a few numbers for you. So microbanking contributed more than half of the total profits of BRI. This is as of last year. It was, in terms of borrowers, 42% of value, but 91% of total borrowers in terms of people. You look at savings, it was about a third of value, but 80% of their share of third-party funds. So again, if you step back from this, and we're actually preparing a very detailed Harvard Kennedy School case study that we will share for free with the world in about a month if you want to know the details of the case. But, in general, I'm skeptical of governments owning banks. They tend to be very politicized and basically lose money and need to be recapitalized repeatedly. In this case, it's the opposite, where it's going back to the minister's comments earlier this morning. They create wealth, they create value, and they contribute to Treasury, which can then be used for other social programs to complement financial services with health, education, and so on. So if you want an example, I think BRI, BRI was founded in 1895, flash forward to 2022, and it's a very long, interesting, and successful story of promoting financial inclusion in Indonesia.
Thank you very much. So I guess we can give applause to BRI. Yes?
You should be proud.
The strategy has proven is successful in reaching out to the people in the remote areas, yeah, by creating open access to those people who cannot be reached out easily. So that's the Indonesian case, success story. Now, how about in other countries? Maybe Ms. Liliana, can you share some stories of success stories in countries such as India or selected Latin America countries?
Yes, thank you. National strategies, again, as I said first, are widely used, and as I was saying, some are successful and some others are not. Let me give you two examples of countries that have actually based their financial inclusion on digitalization, and number two, they're focused on attracting users. And those are India and Brazil. But talking about their programs will take me forever. So let me just pick up on a specific element on their programs that was actually vital for their success. In India was Aadhaar. Aadhaar is a technological-driven identification system. If you haven't heard from it, please do, because it is really a very good system. It's a unique, secure identification number. It's a number that can be verified online and in real time. It is 12 numbers, and those numbers are stored in a centralized database and are linked to your biometric information. So photograph, fingerprints, face prints, everything that is biometric is there, and so is unique and very secure. There is no way that anybody can confuse you. And you don't have to carry it. It's a number. Now, what is unique in India, in addition to having this particular system, is how did they use it? What they did is, for financial inclusion, they told people, if you come and open an account, a bank account, you have access to Aadhaar. In other words, usually it's the other way around. Usually they tell you, okay, you have to have all these credentials, and for having this, if you have the credentials, then you go and you can open an account. Here is the other way around, because people didn't have a credential, right? I mean, you want to reach the bank, those without credentials. So you tell them, open an account, and this is your credential. And so you can have an Aadhaar, which is going to serve you extensively for so many things. Because right now, in the Indian population, 90% of the population have an Aadhaar number. So it's huge. The second example is much more recent in Brazil. It's called PIX, P-I-X. It's an instant payment system launched by the central bank. So this is basically an application. We know of so many applications that allows payments and transfers 24/7. But what is different in PIX relative to any other application in the world? First of all, is the role, what did the central bank do? In contrast to most digital payments, instant digital payments, PIX is a public good. It's a public good because, you know, the central bank runs the payment system. So they said, how do we make the payment system a public good for the entire society? So it charges 0 fees for payments and transfers and very low cost for merchants. Okay? So it's really attractive. Second, it made it compulsory for all large banks to offer PIX to their clients. Now, initially there were all these concerns. Well, you know, how are the banks going to accommodate their own systems in order to be able to match the requirements of PIX? Was no problem at all, because all the banks belong to the payment systems of the central bank. Not only that, the smaller banks did not have any requisite. It was not compulsory at all for them to join the system. They did, because it was in their interest. And the system brought a lot of network externalities, right? There was an attraction because since everybody's in the payment system, you can make payments easily to anybody, right? You don't have to think about what system you are in. They are all integrated. So a final component of this is that the central bank launched a huge campaign in terms of financial education about the existence of the benefits of this new application. Bottom line, it was launched in just 2020. Right now, it includes more than 119 million users, which is 70% of the adult population in Brazil. You cannot have a faster and most effective success study than that. Thanks.
Okay, different countries, different strategy. Yeah, so both speakers already talked about the role, the important role of banks in reaching out to the unbanked population. Now, I'm going to go to Mr. Simon Paris now. As fintech grow exponentially, how do you view the role of banks in providing services to underserved groups? How should banks, particularly SOE banks, transform their services?
Yeah, so I think we've covered a few points, but they're worth highlighting. So the Vice Minister used two very powerful words, invisible and unbankable. And I think you've done a wonderful job here in your country to resolve those two problems and the focus that you mentioned on women. Professor Jay mentioned fintech, and I have the honor of being the third largest fintech in the world, so we spend a lot of time in this area. So what are the recommendations? I think, first of all, reach and relevance. And when I look at what Indonesia is doing, you really have focused on reach. You look at the cellular coverage is 99%. You look at the number of people who now can convert to the higher level of awareness. You looked at the subsidies that you're providing. So reach and relevance is absolutely key, and I think you're on a great path. The enablers that the previous panel spoke about, talent, capital, regulation, also very important. And I think, again, you're moving in the right direction. I heard from AWS and Microsoft the same story. I think the ingredient that puts on top is what Minister Eric spoke about in the morning, which is Why export nickel when you can create electric vehicles and you can create batteries? So moving up the value chain, so to speak. Now, the role of financial services, financial technology, fintech, that's where the word comes from, is to help the country on that journey, help the state-owned enterprises on that journey. So one of the words you were using earlier today is collaboration. And I think, doing well by doing good, this global collaboration towards lifting Indonesia towards its ambition of $10,000 per capita is something that we should all subscribe to, and we'd be very proud to play our part.
Thank you very much for completing the answers for today's topic. Now we still have time for more questions. I'm going to go back to Pak Tiko then. With the rapid innovation in the financial sector, how do you view the dynamic in regard to the role of SOE Bank in extending financial access to underserved population?
Yeah. I already mentioned about the access to finance. Yeah. I think the last bit for us is the literacy for protection. Because I think for Indonesia, we have done a survey in which Indonesia, the poor population, actually, they get even poorer if they get accident, sickness, or catastrophe. So that's why now we are pushing also micro-insurance literacy, and we're selling small-scale micro-insurance with premium only 50,000, 100,000 a month for this underserved population so that they get protected from the risk of life. So I think this is the last bits that we want to really push so that not only people have access to finance, they could transfer money, they could send money, they can also have access to credit, but they also have access to protection. I think this is also important so that when they get personal catastrophe or even catastrophe that impacted their property, then they get protected by micro-insurance. I think this is the last bits that we really want to push. The last challenge that we have on a rural mass Indonesia is the distribution of cash. So this is, I think, the last mile that we want to also engineer right now. The function of agent, how that agent, not only they are providing services, but they can also become cash in and cash out agent. So this is something that becoming the last mile. So if you realize about Indonesia, with its geographic challenges, we have remote island, remote area, the big banks and the central bank only presence in big cities. So that's why now we are trying to also innovate in which agent, not only they provide transactions, but also they receive and they also distribute the cash. So if we are able to do this, because there are around $60 billion, around 800 trillion, that are still cash basis economy in the rural area. So if we are able to do this, then we can absorb the money to the system and provide even cheaper credit to population. So I think those are the two last mile that I think we are going to do through the SOE banks.
Thank you very much for that closing statement because we're running out of time. So before we conclude this session, I would like to sum up the things that have been already answered by the speakers. The digital financial inclusion is a process that has accelerated around the globe, including Indonesia, especially during the pandemic. We already know that. And also, all actors need to work together to achieve digital financial inclusion, especially to reach out more to the unbanked population. And SOEs have proven to be the actors that have extended access to digital financial inclusion in many countries. And finally, Indonesia, with its strong SOEs, could share its successful programs to the global community in the hope to reach the world in finding ways, the best ways to achieve the digital financial inclusion faster. So thank you very much once again, speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big applause. We would like to invite all speakers to stay on the stage for the token of appreciation ceremony. Okay. We would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Kartika Wirjo Atmojo, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise of the Republic of Indonesia, to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Oh, to moderator. Okay. Okay. Terima kasih, Pak. Okay, please pose for a photo session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, speakers. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we have arrived at our fifth and last panel discussion of the day. Discussing the topic of healthcare transformation and developing global cooperation in health, please welcome once again to the stage our moderator for the session, Ms. Amelia Yahya.
Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back and I'm so happy to be here to be your moderator for the fifth session. And today we're going to be talking about an array of topics surrounding healthcare transformation, as well as developing the cooperation in health. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself again. So my name is Amelia Yahya, and I was a news anchor and producer for CNN Indonesia, and now I'm based in Singapore. So here we go. To talk about healthcare, which is indeed the most intriguing and the most exciting subject, especially right now, I would like to maybe once again mention how just 2 years ago the WHO has declared the COVID-19 as a pandemic, and since then 6 million staggering lives were lost due to the disease, and our daily life has changed in countless of ways. And some countries, though, have regained a degree of normality. Others are still trying to survive. And 2 years now, let us reflect on the things that we have learned, on what we should have done, on what we shouldn't have done. And the healthcare system and services are indeed the most pivotal at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, in addressing an array of issues, multiple stakeholders such as the governments and international institutions and organizations, as well as public sectors, private investments, as well as us being individuals, we have fortunately come together and collaborated in the fight to achieve important success. And though we have achieved and recovery is right here with us, the process was not easy. And of course, it was far from perfect, but we did it. Recovery is right here. And ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia, being the fourth most populous country in the world, we're also the largest island nation, which in healthcare, that spells trouble, as distribution and logistics was not the easiest for all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, so today we're going to be talking about an array of topics surrounding healthcare transformation and developing global cooperation in health. And I'm indeed so incredibly honored to have our speakers here on stage. Allow me to invite on stage the Vice Minister of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. Let us give the biggest round of applause for His Excellency, Mr. Pahala Mansuri. Your Excellency, Minister Pahala, we're so happy to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, next, allow me to invite to the stage the Director of the India Office of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Let us give a big round of applause for Mr. Hari Menon. Hello, Mr. Hari. So happy to have you here. And ladies and gentlemen, next also allow me to invite to the stage the Senior Lead Investigator for Community Health of the University of Oxford. Let us welcome Mr. Anuraj Shankar. Let's give him a big round of applause. So much to learn from Mr. Anuraj. We're so happy to have our speakers here on stage. And of course, we'd also like to invite on stage the Senior Division Chair Education of the Mayo Clinic College of Medicine and Science. Let us give a big round of applause for Ms. Nell Robinson. Thank you very much, Ms. Robinson, for being with us here today. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we sure have the experts in their field to talk about healthcare. And today we're going to learn so much from them. So, ladies and gentlemen, to a start, I would like to have all of our speakers, starting from Mr. Anuraj, to maybe tell us a little bit about yourself as well as the work that you do, your opening remarks.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm Anuraj Shankar, Senior Lead Investigator for Community Health with the University of Oxford. I was originally trained as a basic scientist at Harvard University, subsequently got into maternal and child health and a lot of issues related to community health, and started working very closely with a government, how to improve healthcare and so forth. And actually first came to Indonesia around 20 years ago, in 2000 to do some large-scale randomized controlled trials, strengthening health systems, and never left really. Continued to work here because it's such a fantastic place and a lot of exciting things happening in Indonesia in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Vice Minister Pahala?
Sorry,
we'd like you to maybe deliver a little bit of self-introduction, which of course you don't need to, and maybe your opening remarks as well as the recent work that you've done.
Yeah, so thank you very much, and thank you for all of the speakers. I think one of the things from the pandemic that we have learned is actually the importance of building a much stronger healthcare ecosystem in Indonesia. Indonesia, despite the fact that we have already developed right now, for example, biopharma is one of the 5 major exporters of vaccine. And that is actually happening even before the pandemic. But I think at the same time, when the pandemic actually hits us, we need to rely on other countries. So I think one of the key things that we have actually learned from the pandemic is actually how Indonesia can actually develop its healthcare independence. Right now in Indonesia, for example, we are still importing about 95% of the active ingredients of the pharmaceutical products that we actually consume in Indonesia. About more than 70% of the medical equipment is also still imported from other countries. About 2 million people, or about $6.5 billion are actually spent by Indonesia outside of Indonesia because they are not getting the right level of healthcare services in Indonesia. So how are we going to be able to address that is certainly one of the key challenges, even though that this SOE that we have has already developed a much stronger pharma as well as the healthcare infrastructure in Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pahala. So the need to be more self-reliant, yet also the need to collaborate, Bapak, yeah? And Ms. Nell Robinson, your opening remarks.
Hi, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure and an honor to be here today with you. And so I have been at the Mayo Clinic for 38 years. I hate to say that because then people realize, wow, she must be really old. But I started my career in nutrition and dietetics and then moved into medical education. So I have the privilege of leading our team at Mayo Clinic that works with education and research, working with external organizations like your own. And so we're so excited to be working with the project here in Bali to create the Hospital of the Future. So it's a wonderful example of collaboration and put all of these wonderful ideas to implementation that we've heard already today and much more to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Hari with your opening remarks.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations again to the Ministry of SOE for this incredible conference. Just being part of the conversations this morning has been an education. And for me, in terms of background, I actually did not train to be what I'm doing right now. I started as an engineer, had a business degree, worked for 8 years in the private sector, but then moved to development 18 years ago. And I've been with the Gates Foundation through most of that period, working across health, agriculture, financial inclusion, sanitation, women's economic empowerment. And currently, I head the India office, but I also oversee our work in South and Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. So I often tell myself I have probably the most exciting portfolio of work because I see this part of the world emerging as a source of innovation for some of the development challenges that we're going to face over the next couple of decades. And I think that inversion is happening as we speak. I think COVID has actually, served as a force multiplier in many ways for some of that innovation. So I think this is a great decade for us to look forward to see how we can harness the power of innovation and problem solving that exists in countries like Indonesia, India, Bangladesh, etc., to really help solve global problems. So very excited to be here.
Thank you very much, everyone. And now my first question is for Mr. Anuraj. As we've seen how we've learned from the pandemic was that we learned how the healthcare system was truly inundated. So much demand, yet a lot of countries could not fulfill the mandates, and it was really a difficult time, especially during the beginning. So my question for you is, learning from the pandemic and bracing ourselves for the future, how do we emphasize the need to collaborate more with one another? Especially, what could the stakeholders do to encourage for more collaborations between us?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think globally, what we learned from the pandemic, I would say, was very well characterized by a famous quote, which is, it's not what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you thought you knew for sure that's just not true. And I think this is what we learned, is that many of the institutions we thought we could depend on during the pandemic, it turned out that they were not as reliable as we thought. But on the positive side, the exciting thing that happened is, in fact, some institutions created different sorts of collaborations that really did enable amazing things to happen. And there were certain characteristics of these institutions and these collaborations. So number one, many of these institutions were much more agile, faster to respond, and they were characterized by use of information systems. And we've heard a lot about digital systems and so forth. So that was really at the core of those successful organizations and collaborations. Next was the early recognition, actually, of the magnitude of the problem. It seems counterintuitive because everyone was talking about the pandemic, but in fact, in many places, until really the end of the first year, many organizations and governments in some places were thinking this is something that would just sort of go away. So the ones that did a good job really realized early on, we got to do something, and we got to do something at scale and fast. So that realization was really important. The next thing is they focused on strong human resources. The collaborations were really involving that, saying it's not just about the technology, it's about the human resources. I always say it's human beings who help other human beings. Everything else is just a tool. So that was very important. Then they defined short-term objectives for innovations, but it wasn't just any type of objective for an innovation. It was creating innovations that were foundational for additional innovations. So that was very strategic. And there was engagement across the private and the public organizations with greater transparency and relaxation of regulations for speed. So I think these were really the keys of the successful collaborations and successful organizations. And this included not just in Indonesia, but of course at the global level. And this is what really enabled synergy for diagnostics, whether it's PCR, rapid diagnostic tests, molecular sequencing, or vaccination. So these were really the important things. So I think the lesson from all that was the need to catalyze ecosystems, right? Meaning that not just focusing on one specific innovation or intervention that you're going to do, but thinking how do you build an ecosystem that supports emergence of solutions, emergence of innovations. And I think going forth on the collaborations, that's really the key.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anuraj and Mr. Pala. I would like to ask regarding, first point out how the SOEs have undoubtedly been such an instrumental force in fighting the disruptions caused by the pandemic. And especially here in Indonesia, what do you think the government should do to strengthen the SOEs' roles as well as improve the healthcare system here in Indonesia?
I think what we need to do is really building on this momentum. I think the pandemic really actually make us realize that we need to change, we need to significantly improve, and I think we don't let this momentum of us of actually being complacent again. So I think one of the things that Anuraj just mentioned just now, one of the things that we actually seen is the regulation itself. How the regulation will allow us to be able to break through this wall. Just to give you an example, within the Ministry of SOE, we are trying to actually establish a special economic zone, and we are actually working with Mayu to establish a hospital within the special economic zone to allow doctors of Indonesian diaspora to be able to practice here. Indonesia actually requires a significant amount of doctors and especially specialist doctors. And if we just take the current regulation actually as it is, and we are not trying to actually see what can actually be improved, then we will continue to have the shortage of Indonesian specialist doctors and doctors. Or if we are actually just letting this off, we are continuing to import 95% of the active ingredients, for example. We should not actually let that to actually happen. So we need to actually do something, building the momentum of this pandemic for Indonesia to really change this, whether it is actually the regulation, the healthcare services provider, the pharmaceutical company, the vaccine producer. So all of these things, we need to actually build on this momentum. The second thing is about collaboration, as mentioned by Anuraj. We cannot do the improvement in the healthcare ecosystem by ourselves, whether it is actually the SOE itself or is it actually SOE with other countries. So we need to, let's take vaccine, for example. And we know that vaccine requires a lot of innovation and a lot of technology investing. And we've actually been working with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for quite a while. But I think we need to build that on top of that. There's a lot of other multilateral agency, institution, including what is actually the result of the G20 is the establishment of FIF, which is actually the trust fund that is actually being established among the G20 countries to allow and to invest in each of the countries to improve the healthcare infrastructure. So we need collaboration. We need the G7 countries and the developing countries within the G20, and we need to actually work with other institutions, including with Mayo, Bill and Melinda Gates, and other institutions. And I think the third is collaboration amongst the institutions. SOE, the government hospitals, the university. One of the things that I realized, one of the examples, why is it that Indonesian specialist doctors, we are still shortage? Because we don't have enough collaboration between the university and the hospital to be able to develop all of this. And this is actually something that we learned from Mayu, the importance of residents' experience for us to really be developing good quality doctors, specialists in Indonesia in the future.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Pahala. And I would like to ask Mr. Hari regarding Vice Minister Pahala as well as Mr. Anuraj has emphasized on the need to collaborate. Yet, during the beginning, the early days of the pandemic, we've seen countries take such a self-interest approach and strategies. And what are your views on this? Embracing for, hopefully not, future pandemics, do you think that we need a formal platform or multilateral institution in which countries can collaborate together and so that they could collaborate to prepare for similar challenges?
No, thank you very much. And the point you raise is very germane. I think the way the world responded, and particularly in the first 18 months of COVID, is a collective black mark for humanity. I mean, it was really the worst of nationalism, people looking out for their own interests instead of thinking of the collective good. And the problem with the pandemic is, as everyone says, you're not safe until everyone is safe. So there's already data to show that, some of the variants that came out later, like Omicron, etc., were really the factor of inequities in vaccine access. And, the world could have protected itself a lot better if, we had planned for this. I think the challenge really was that no one was prepared for this, and countries started to panic. And I think we all recognize, from human behavior, when you panic, you don't make the best decisions. So I think the key is really for us to look to the future and be prepared for the next pandemic. There is going to be one, for sure. Just the nature of, human development, the way we are actually getting closer to, pathogens, pathogen pools and reservoirs, wherever they are, almost guarantee that, there will be another pandemic. We don't know when, maybe in a decade or two, or could be, sooner. But we need to learn from the lessons of, the last 3 years to harness what worked. A lot of things did work, We have, almost 10 vaccines that have been developed and rolled out in, less than 18 months, which had never been done before. You used to think in decades for vaccine development, and now you've had, in a few years, vaccines ready, approved, rolled out at very large scale. Over 3 billion people have been vaccinated again in the last 3 years. Both of these would have been unimaginable, even 5 or 10 years ago. The problem, of course, has been, the inequity, and I guess, as Anuraj mentioned, some of the institutional dysfunction that we've seen. Now, I don't know if the answer is to create a new institution, because, creating credibility for especially a multilateral platform that's totally new itself is going to be a multi-year effort. I don't know if we have the time. My sense is the answer lies in what the minister mentioned, which is to bring in new kinds of partners. So it's really all of society representation we bring to these institutions. So I think the opportunity is more for institutional reform. And I believe firmly that countries from the global south need more representation in the leadership of these institutions, because we are where, a lot of the population lives that need these institutions to show up. Many of the G7 countries don't really rely on the WHO and others for public health advice, but LMICs and LICs do. And it is a bit unfortunate that we don't have the same level of representation at leadership levels in these institutions from the global south. And so I believe, the 4-year period that we have, starting with Indonesia's G20 presidency, next year is India's, the year after that is Brazil, and the year after that is South Africa. So it's going to be 4 important countries from the global south who will have the G20 presidency. So how they can think of some of this governance reform, how platforms like the fifth that have been created can help, build the capabilities for product research and development, manufacturing, and also strengthening the delivery systems, because that's the other element that gets overlooked. Many countries, particularly LIC countries, did not have the delivery systems for vaccines to get to people. So even if you had vaccine manufacturing, it might not have actually ended up saving lives. So the system strengthening aspect is equally important. And so my sense is, not necessarily new institutions, but the same institutions with more representative leadership, and focusing on funding and distributing the capabilities for R&D. So, there is a lot more of that in the global south, for manufacturing, and strengthening health systems so these products are able to get to people when we need them. Last but not least, we have to harness digital systems much more effectively. While we have to solve for the human resources challenges that many of the countries in the global south face, that may take some time, but digital systems can help us leapfrog. So again, learning from the experiences of countries like Indonesia that used digital platforms extremely effectively, India, to deliver at scale, that's another area where I think regional collaboration is critical. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much, Mr. Hari and Mr. Anuraj. Seeing the importance of how stakeholders need to collaborate and work with one another. What do you think are the priorities that needs to be emphasized in the next step, especially in the era of digitalization, as we've seen in the second session of the panel discussion? We've emphasized and realized how digitalization has impacted significantly in investments and in trade. What about digitalization's impact on healthcare?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I would say one of the biggest keys is creating a digital system that really reaches from the community to the hospital. So for pandemic preparedness, we need this frontline surveillance system where we're able to capture illnesses, emerging illnesses, identify what those actually are, have those go into a surveillance system, a very strong digital system, so we have earlier detection of outbreaks, unknown outbreaks, and so forth. But the key to this whole thing is a health information system of recording data for high interoperability. And this is known as the Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, FHIR, FHIR as it's called. This is very, very critical. This enables you to have fully interoperable information, a one data system, but not a one data system in the sense that it's all hosted in one place. It's a one data system because it's adhering to the same standards. So you have a distributed system of information from the home, the community, to the hospital, across different hospitals, different communities, and so forth, so it's all fully interoperable. That's the key, really. That's the super app. It's not a super app, it's a super ecosystem of information.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Nell Robinson, I'd like to point out that Mayo Clinic has been ranked the #1 hospital in the US for 7 consecutive years, so you are no stranger to excellence. And what is Mayo Clinic's future plan for global health excellence, and does it also include Mayo Health's secret recipe to be #1?
So that's a loaded question, but I'll do the best that I can. So Mayo Clinic has been around for over 150 years. So we are a values-based organization, and from the very beginning, from our founders, it was an integrated, team-based model for caring for people. I think another thing that's really important in the model, and which has helped us attain and maintain the #1 hospital, is that at the very center of every single thing we do, every decision we make, every dollar we spend, is the patient. So the whole way of care, the way we approach care, is not from what's best for the physician or what's best for the institution. It's really what's best for the patient. And when you align all of your resources and all your purposes around good, excellent patient care, then a lot of those other things happen. We can sit in committee meetings where we're making decisions, and if there's a contentious discussion about what should happen, somebody will always bring up what is best for the patient. And that is a very leveling comment that helps put priorities in order. So one thing is the way we have our values-based culture. We use an acronym RICH TIES, which means respect, integrity, compassion, healing, teamwork, which is really critical, innovation, excellence, and stewardship. And those are not just words on a page or plaques on a wall. It's really how we take care of ourselves and each other. And so foundational to being able to provide excellent care is being strong, healthy organizations. So we are thrilled to be in collaboration with the Indonesian Health Corporation and hope that we can bring some of our 150 years of experience in excellence in medicine to this country and this culture to be able to help maybe impart some of our lessons learned, some of the ways we take care of patients. Another important thing, and Anuraj mentioned it, and I think the minister mentioned it as well, Mayo Clinic is, we call it a 3-shield organization. So patient care is at the center of what we do, but we're also heavily invested in education because we feel like and this goes back to our founders 150 plus years ago, unless you're educating the providers of the future, you're not going to be able to keep up. And it's more true now than it ever has been. Also, the third shield in the Mayo model is research. So taking really great care of patients means you have to educate the future workforce, but you also have to be doing research. You have to be doing basic science, clinical research to understand what are the health challenges. How do you sequence the genome? How do you figure out, precision medicine? What are the best ways to care for patients? And then make that available globally. Our founder, William Worrell Mayo, back in the late 1800s, had a mission to go out all over the world and experience healthcare in different places, and then invite physicians and others into the Mayo Clinic to learn and to take the best of both. And so we haven't, up until the last few years, we really have been more internally focused on education and excellence and care within Mayo Clinic. And now we've pivoted to be able to really take what we've learned and share and collaborate externally. So I'm looking forward to a wonderful, bright future with this organization, and happy to share what we've learned.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nell Robinson, on emphasizing the need for a better medical and research institutions, as well as I would like to ask Mr. Pahala regarding responding to global challenges ahead, as well as to achieve Indonesia's 2045 vision for health sovereignty. I would like to ask you how, first emphasize how the SOEs in the healthcare and pharmaceutical industries are indeed very important to achieve this. And how do you think digitalization would achieve or would affect the Indonesian SOEs and produce strategic solutions for a better healthcare system here in Indonesia?
Well, as was mentioned just now by Anuraj and also Nell, it's digitalization and technology, and to combine it, it's about how are we going to be able to put the patient-centered approach when we are actually doing the digitalization. And I think one of the key things that we got from the pandemic in Indonesia is actually the breakthrough that we have in Peduli Lindungi. Peduli Lindungi is very difficult to pronounce for non-Indonesian, but it is actually one of the most powerful things because it almost integrates the data of the patient, and we should actually be able to use it to improve the quality of service that we have, and if, in terms of the healthcare delivery to our customers. Let's say, for example, right now, a customer may actually have to be tested multiple times whenever they go to different healthcare providers. Whereas if we are going to be able to integrate the data among the healthcare providers, the clinic, the pharmaceutical company, it will not only improve the quality of the patient's experience, but it will also lessen the cost of the healthcare. Healthcare is actually very expensive, not only for the patient, but also for the government. Because in Indonesia, we have a universal healthcare system. And by improving that, by avoiding to be able to and having to multiply testing the patients several times, we will also be able to actually reach. So that is actually an example of how we should think about, and we really need to actually think about the quick wins. What are the easy user case that we need to actually implement by integrating, and we can actually do it because the SOE has the complete ecosystem, the pharma, the distributor, the hospitals, the clinics, the testing or the diagnostic centers, the vaccine company. We all have this under the umbrella, and we can actually share and be able to actually improve the data and the experience for the patient just by integrating the data.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pahala. What a great anchor message. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this session on healthcare, I'd like to point out how not long after, in 2050, we'll have 9 billion people in population. So you can imagine 9 billion people in need to be fed, clothed, transport, educate, and employ. So bracing ourselves for the next pandemic, you can imagine the larger scope that we're going to have to face and how difficult things will be. And if there's one thing and one theme that we all need to learn is that the importance for all of us to have humility. Truly, there's never been a time in the world where the need to continually learn has never been clearer, that we can continue to adapt in today's crisis as well as prepare for the next. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd truly like to thank our dearest speakers here today. As they say, a dream that we dream alone is merely a dream, but a mission and a dream that we dream together becomes a reality. And I'd like to thank our speakers for pointing that out, and let us give them the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much. And I'd like to deliver the stage back to our MC.
Thank you very much, speakers and moderator. We would like to invite you to stand up for the presentation of token of appreciation. We would like to invite Mr. Pahala Mansuri to present the token appreciations to the speakers for this last panel discussion. And now we would like to invite everyone to pose for a photo session. Thank you very much, speakers and moderator, for the final panel discussions of the day. You may return to your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as a closing remarks, we would like to present a video message from His Excellency, Mr. Zulkifli Hasan, the Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's watch the video.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Allow me to speak in bahasa. Yang saya hormati Menteri Badan Usaha Milik Negara Republik Indonesia, Bapak Erick Thohir, para duta besar negara sahabat, para pimpinan organisasi internasional, para panelis pada Konferensi Internasional Badan Usaha Milik Negara, dan Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa karena atas perkenannya Konferensi Internasional Badan Usaha Milik Negara dapat berjalan dengan sukses. Merupakan kehormatan bagi saya dapat diperkenankan untuk menutup konferensi sore hari ini. Apresiasi saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Menteri BUMN serta seluruh jajaran Kementerian Badan Usaha Milik Negara atas diselenggarakannya kegiatan ini dalam memfasilitasi dialog konstruktif, memperkuat tata kelola Badan Usaha Milik Negara dan mempromosikan agenda tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan sekaligus sebagai salah satu kegiatan side event Presidensi G20 Indonesia di bawah Trade, Investment and Industry Working Group. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati, saat ini tantangan perekonomian dunia telah mengalami pergeseran dari pandemi COVID-19 kepada situasi geopolitik dan ancaman resesi ekonomi global yang semakin mendekati kenyataan. G20 merupakan forum yang paling tepat untuk mencari solusi bersama dalam menjawab tantangan global itu. Sinergi perdagangan, investasi, dan industri, keterlibatan badan usaha milik negara sebagai entitas bisnis akan menjadi kunci dalam menghadapi tantangan perekonomian dunia itu. Pada September lalu, saya memimpin pertemuan tingkat Menteri G20 bidang perdagangan, investasi, dan industri yang menghasilkan sejumlah capaian konkret yang juga sejalan dengan tujuan Konferensi Internasional Badan Usaha Milik Negara ini. Para menteri telah setuju untuk mendorong reformasi WTO, memperkuat sistem perdagangan multilateral untuk mempercepat pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta menjamin akses produk kesehatan yang aman dan terjangkau. Selain itu, Menteri G20 juga sepakat untuk mendorong kerjasama dalam perdagangan digital, memperluas rantai nilai global, terutama bagi UMKM, mendorong investasi berkelanjutan, serta meningkatkan produktivitas sektor industri melalui pendekatan teknologi terkini atau industri 4.0. Kesepakatan G20 di bidang perdagangan, investasi, dan industri tersebut diharapkan dapat meningkatkan peran dan fungsi badan usaha milik negara bagi perekonomian baik di tingkat nasional, kawasan, dan global, selaras dengan hasil konferensi hari ini. Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati, sebagai unsur ketahanan ekonomi dan agen pembangunan, badan usaha milik negara harus dikelola melalui tata kelola perusahaan yang baik dengan pendekatan lingkungan, sosial, dan tata kelola atau ESG, maupun tata kelola risiko dan kepatuhan atau GRC. Semua itu bermuara pada tata kelola yang semakin baik bagi badan usaha milik negara dan pemangku kepentingan terkait lainnya. Lebih dari itu, sinergitas antara perdagangan, investasi, industri juga perlu dimanifestasikan dengan baik dan berkelanjutan oleh badan usaha milik negara sebagai entitas usaha yang memiliki peran, fungsi, dan tanggung jawab strategis dalam ekonomi. Akhir kata, saya menyampaikan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada Kementerian Badan Usaha Milik Negara dalam mendukung presidensi G20 serta kontribusi seluruh panelis dan peserta dalam diskusi hari ini. Semoga Anda berkesempatan menikmati keindahan Pulau Dewata, Bali. Dengan ini, konferensi internasional Badan Usaha Milik Negara secara resmi saya tutup. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Zulkifli Hasan, for the closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, before we close this conference, we would like to express our gratitude to the generous sponsors of this event, Holding BUMN and Farmasi, Bio Farma Group, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk, PD Bank Mandiri Persero Tbk, Mining Industry Indonesia Mine ID Holding Industri Pertambangan, PT Pertamina Persero, PT PLN Persero, Telkom Indonesia, Holding BUMN Dana Reksa, BNI Sekuritas, Mandiri Sekuritas, Holding Perkebunan Nusantara, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 3 Persero, PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, PT Bank Syariah Indonesia Tbk, Bank BTN, PT Krakatau Steel Persero Tbk, Pelindo, Perum Perhutani, dan Indonesia Financial Group. And that concludes our conference for today. We hope the panel discussions from our prominent speaker were uplifting and insightful, driving you to carry out the discussions we had into sustainable and inclusive growth. We would like to kindly remind you to check your agenda for tomorrow. And finally, on behalf of the committee, I am Valerina Daniel, would like to thank you for your attendance. Enjoy your evening. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.